Alright, what up everybody, it's your boy the Infinite Dragon here, and welcome back to Fate Stay Night Remastered. If you're watching this on YouTube, you're watching an archive stream, be sure to check me out live, link is always in the description and down below, as well as a link to my Discord, which I will let you know what I'm doing, what I'm thinking, how I'm feeling, all of that good stuff. If you're coming from the last part, make sure you hit the like button right now. You will forget to do it later, and I will forget to tell you, so I might as well get it done. Plus it's free, so you know. Obviously you like the series, so you want to keep it going, right? Hit the like button. But where we last left off, we finished the prologue and we switched over to our new character, our main character, who's apparently trash at magic. So we're gonna go ahead and say we're gonna get his point of view of the first 3 days from his perspective, and see how we managed to summon the bad bitch known as Saber. Malika, how you doing today? Chat, how we doing today? Hope everyone's doing all right. Shadow, I don't remember their name, I apologize, but someone mentioned in the comments of the last part that I could change.
What the hell is this?
That I could change the our protagonist so that way he actually has a voice, and thank you to that person. Watched this at last night after TNA and I was like, what the hell? Did you hit the like button? I'm just kidding. I awake to darkness. I guess I'm not much for dreaming. Unless something big happens, I always have the same dream anyway. I always envision a sword. I have no idea why, but that's the only thing that pops into my head. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Perhaps this is what defines me. Well, me as Shiro Miya. I don't have any dreams of my own. The only things on my mind while I sleep are what others taught me long ago. For example, on how to be a mage. Even if I'm not a full-fledged mage, it's only natural for a mage to be aware of the world they're in. Put simply, a mage is an irregular, an outcast from society. But even outcasts need to band together to survive. My old man told me that there is a society of mages called a Mages Association. He also told me that I shouldn't ever get involved with them. The Mages Association is said to conceal the existence of magecraft and manage mages. The Mages Association watches over mages and makes sure their magecraft doesn't affect society. But the strange thing is that they don't really prohibit mages from abusing magecraft either. According to Kiritsugu, the Mages Association is only interested in concealing mystics. Even if, say, a mage carried out an experiment that sacrificed, let's say, a lot of citizens, the association wouldn't punish them. Their priorities are expressly in preventing the public from becoming aware of magecraft, which does not mean magecraft is completely banned. Honestly, anything goes as long as the truth doesn't come out. At least that's how it seems to be, how that insane bunch conducts themselves. Whatever it is, the Mages Association's surveillance is absolute. Typical magecraft research sacrifices their lives of ordinary humans, which in turn risks revealing the existence of magecraft to the world. As such, the Mages Association doesn't permit research that would harm society. Ultimately, mages conduct their research in the privacy of their homes while the world is none the wiser. So mages sometimes go into hiding to escape the association's scrutiny and oversight. There may be some mages living in this town, and I just don't know it. I also hear Fuyuki is a spiritual hotspot of sorts. That probably means there's some prestigious mage with storied history living here. They're called second owners, elite mages the association entrusts to watch over territory. Other mages who live in the same area must visit these second owners first to get permission to build their workshops. My old man was an outlaw who cut ties with the association and moved here without the consent of Fuyuki's second owner. So in a way, our family is a bunch of trespassers living in a house without permission from the landlord. Which means the second owner doesn't know that the Kiritsugi Miya was a mage. So I tend to feel like our family's status as mages is kind of unclear. But then my old man, the bona fide mage, died. And even though I'm the disciple and son, I don't know a thing about the Mages Association, and I have no real knowledge about being a mage. I have a feeling that the association will want to dispose of someone like me, but they haven't made any sort of move. Apparently, the Mages Association doesn't have eyes in Japan, so that's probably why I haven't been found yet. But that doesn't mean I can let my guard down. The eyes of the Mages Association are said to be everywhere, and if someone commits a crime using magecraft, the church's heretic hunters will make their move. Using magecraft, however half-assed you may be about it, makes you enemies. So with all that in mind, I honestly just want to study being a mage on my own. I wake up as the sunlight starts to pour in through the window. Looks like the sun's now coming up. It's still dark out. I get up, trying not to let the morning cold discourage me, and quickly fold up my futon. It's 5:30. I've always been an early riser, no matter how late I go to bed. It couldn't be me, shit. The only time I'm up in the morning is if I go to sleep in the morning. Like I stayed up from the previous night to get to the morning. Couldn't be me. I might mess up once in a while, like yesterday, but that's rare. Let Sakura do all the work yesterday, so it would look kind of bad if I didn't return the favor this morning. Should hurry up and finish making breakfast before Sakura comes. You keep cutting out because it's buffering? The stream is buffering, or my mic is cutting out? I cook rice and make miso soup. Yesterday the soup had daikon, radish, and carrots, so I'm making onion and potatoes miso soup today. I make the egg omelet and use the leftover konnyaku to simmer it with bonito flakes. I make incisions into the sori fish, which will be the main dish, and sprinkle it with a little salt. All I have to do is broil it, but that can wait until the last minute. It's almost 6. I finished earlier than expected, so I have some time on my hands. So what should I do for this extra time? Morning exercise is my daily routine, so I might as well do some light workouts. The hushed atmosphere of an empty dojo encourages one to focus. And in the morning, just as the sun rises, its serenity makes the mood even more sacred. Enthralling whoever visits the site. There's only one thing I do here. Ever since my old man died, the dojo has turned into a gym to train my body. Training to be a mage means I can't neglect training my body. One of the conditions of being a mage is maintaining yourself at physical peak. When Kiritsugu was alive, he and I sparred often. Well, more than he just kicked my ass every time, so I never really learned how to win myself. But at least I learned the difference between a fight and a battle. In other words, I learned the difference between killing and beating an opponent and how to conduct myself in each situation. Knowledge and experience are different. Without the knowledge to know the difference, it's hard to tell if you've gotten yourself into a fight or a massacre. It's as simple as that. Learning magecraft means that there is a risk of perishing on Learning magecraft means there's a risk of perishing on your own, as well as the risk of having to fight. And to mages, that means killing each other. That's why Kiritsugu wanted to teach me that I must always be ready to face death. But the person reminding me of that lesson is long gone. So the only thing I can do alone is some simple exercises. After I stretch to warm up, I focus on my inner strength and begin my exercises. My stoutness exercises, like Winnie the Pooh. As I train my body, I assess how my magical circuits affect my blood flow. My skeletal frame's creaking, the fatigue I feel, and how much that all distracts my thoughts.
120、150、170。
Even simple push-ups can train my magic circuits as long as I focus on my mental state rather than putting physical weights on my body. With no proper mentor teaching me magecraft, morning training is no different than what most sports clubs do. And they have to become very important to me. And they have become very important to me.
おはようございます先輩。今朝はもう済んでしまいましたか？
ええ、朝食の支度なら済んでる。あとは食器の支度と魚に火を通すだけ。
あ、それならお手伝いします。食器の支度は任せてください。
Sakura is clearly eager in her reply. And coming in behind the ever-dependable Sakura.
あ、この匂いはシローの卵焼きね。そっか、今朝はシローの朝ごはんなんだ。
Fujini casually heads to the table.
まあ、あれは放っておいて。
I need to grill the prepared fish.
さくら、皿は真ん中のやつ使ってくれ。その方がうまく見えるから。
Aesthetics.
この表面がブツブツのですか？
そう、それ。焼き物は皿にも気を配らないと手抜かりになるからな。で、大根はもう吸ってあるから。
Sakura reaches far to take out the plates. As she reaches out, I think I see a faint bruise on the back of her hand.
さくら、ちょっと待った。
はい、何ですか先輩？
その手首のあざ、なんだ？
She averts her eyes, looking uneasy. Reaction makes how she got the bruise clear.
またシンジか。あいつ、妹に手を挙げるなんて何考えてやがる。
What the fuck?
違います先輩。これは転んでぶつけちゃったんです。ほら、私鈍いでしょ？
I mean, I'm pretty positive that's not what happened. I'm talking about Shinji, I mean. But like, come on, bro. Like, I like, really? That's what...
だからよく転んで、怪我ばっかりしてるんです。
バカ、転んだぐらいでそんなあざがつくか。信じたやつ、どうやらまだ殴られ足りないみたいだな。
They mentioned in the last part that that our protagonist is a little hot-headed, and I can see that. He's a little hot-headed.
ダメです先輩。これ、本当に兄さんは関係ないんです。私が一人で怪我をしただけなんですから、先輩に怒ってもらう資格なんてありません。
My guess is she was out fighting. Sakura falls silent. Sakura may seem docile, but she's surprisingly stubborn. It's no use saying anything to her now.
わかった。さくらがそう言うんならそういうことにしておく。
はい。ごめんなさい、先輩。
だからどうしてそこでさくらが謝るんだ。悪いのはシンジだろう。
The moment I say Shinji's name, Sakura awkwardly looks away. Yeah, this has nothing to do with Shinji. She was out fighting. It can only mean that he is the cause of the bruise on her hand. Shinji Maoto has a bad habit of treating his younger sister like crap. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just assuming she's part of the plot and she's not. I noticed it about a year ago. Every now and then I'd see Sakura injured, and she made excuses when I asked what happened. When I asked Shinji about it, he revealed to my shock that he'd been the one who hit Sakura. Oh! I mean, I didn't like him anyway, but like, come on. I asked why, and he told me it was because she'd done something he hadn't liked. I got pretty pissed off, so I did to Shinji what he'd done to Sakura. We haven't been on great terms since then. Well, yeah, you probably shouldn't be on good terms with someone who's an actual abuser.
先輩、兄さんとは仲直りしてくれましたか？
No, and I have no plans on doing so.
もうしたよ。 別に初めから喧嘩なんてしてないから、仲直りも何もないけどな。
先輩にとってはそうでしょうけど、兄さんにとっては喧嘩をしたことになるんです。だから気をつけてください。
What Sakura says strikes me as odd.
気をつけろって新庄？
はい。兄さん、先輩を目の敵にしてるって聞きました。先輩が退部するようになったのも兄さんのせいだって。
それは違う。部活を辞めたのはシンジとは関係ない。いや、そりゃ多少はあったかもしれないけど、そんなのはさくらが気に病むことじゃないぞ。確かにシンジの言う通りちょっと見苦しいからな、これは。
One at my left shoulder. There's a little scar there. It happened about a year and a half ago. Something fell on me during one of my jobs, injuring my left shoulder. I ended up with just a broken bone, but I came away with a burn on my shoulder. After the accident, I quit the Kyudo Club. Our school's Kyudo Club, out of respect for formalities, allows students to perform sacred shooting rituals. Male students participating in this expose their left shoulder. Shinji pointed out that it may be disrespectful for someone performing a sacred shot to expose a scar. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And since I was getting busy with my various jobs, I decided to quit the club.
先輩、しつこいようですけど、本当にもう弓は引かないんですか？藤村先生も怪我なんて支障はないって言ってるのに。
何を平和な。藤姉は全身骨折しようが支障ないっていうやつだぞ、さくら。
先輩、私真面目な話をしているんです。
I know I should give her a serious answer, but unfortunately, I can't give Sakura the answer she's looking for.
当分は部活をしている余裕はないよ。弓は好きだけど、優先するべきことじゃないし、しばらくは間を取ろうと思
う。しばらくってどのくらいですか？
気が向いた頃かな。まあ、さくらが卒業するぐらいまでにはなんとか。その時はよろしくな、さくら。
Are you, that sounded like you were flirting with her, brother. I passed Sakura's shoulder.
はい。私、その時をお待ちしています。
She nods so violently, it looks like she might drop the plates. It's almost 7:30. Sakura and Fujini have long since left the house for their morning club activities. I went to school early yesterday because Issei asked me to, but I leave the house at the usual time today. What the fuck? I noticed something strange as I walked down the hill towards the intersection. Several police cars are parked in front of the house. Something must have happened since a crowd has gathered. There are easily 20 people watching. Why didn't he voice that? I'm curious, but the mass of people prevent me from finding out what's happening. I don't have much time, so I should hurry to school. I make it to school 10 minutes before the first bell. As I cross through the gate with plenty of time as usual, I run into a familiar student.
なんだ、まだ着替えてないのか、三綴り。もうすぐホームルームだぞ。俺に挨拶なんかしてる場合じゃないだろ
う。いや、ごもっとも。相変わらず釣れない野郎だね、エミヤは。
I don't know what's so funny, but she laughs heartily, not caring about her surroundings. This is Ayako. Well, I definitely just pushed her saying Ayako. This is Ayako Mitsuzuri. She's a classmate of mine since we were first years, and she's currently the captain of the Kyudo Club. She's an unbelievably insightful person, and it's expected that she will be the team's next captain since her first year with them. Mitsuzuri is a precocious sort, and people have always had high hopes for her, and even leaned on her ever since she was the first year. Then again, she gets mad whenever someone mentions that in front of her, claiming she doesn't look as old as people think.
ああ、今あんたよからぬ感想を漏らさなかったかもし。
Damn, it's like that?
そんなものは漏らさない。あくまで客観的な事実を連想しただけだ。それで気を悪くする。
お、
Oops.
言うじゃん。いいね。正直に答えるくせに何をどう考えてたかは口にしないんだもの。
That's how my finger just slipped.
エミヤ、シンジと違って隙がないな。
シンジ？なんでそこにシンジが出てくるんだ？
なんでも何も、あんたとシンジって友人じゃない。
I don't think we are. And I don't think I want to be friends with him.
シンジの男友達ってあんただけでしょ。それにお忘れでしょうが、私これでも弓道部の首相なの。うちの問題児と辞めちまった問題児をくっつけるのは自然な流れだと思わない？
まあ確かに自然だ。弓道部ってのは関係ないけど、俺とあいつは腐れ縁だからな。
That does not mean anything. You don't have to stay friends just because you guys know each other. In fact, that doesn't mean anything.
あ、カチンときた。あんたね、弓道部の話になると急に冷たくなるでしょ。いいご身分よね。シンジをほっぽっといて自分はさっさと退場しちゃうんだから。後に残された私とかさくらの気持ちとか少しは考えてくれてもいいんじゃない？
シンジのやつまたなんかやったのか？
あいつが何もやらない日なんてないけど、まあそれにしても昨日のはちょっとやりすぎか。
What did he do?
1年の男子が1人辞めたぐらいだから。
Mrs. Zuri sighs gravely. Seeing her look so serious is rare to begin with, but the rest of her story is particularly alarming.
なんだよそれ。部員が辞めたってなんで？
シンジのやつが八つ当たりしたのよ。わざわざ女子を集めてね、夢を持ったばかりの子にシャをさせて的中するまで笑い物にしたとか。
No. Nah. Fuck that guy. I don't think there's gonna be anything that the game can do to make me like Shinji at this point.
はあ？お前、そんな馬鹿げたことを見過ごしてたってのか？
That's a good point. How did you let that happen?
見過ごすか？けどさ、首相ってのはいろいろと忙しいんだ。いつも道場にいるわけじゃないってエミヤだって知ってるでしょ？
Ah, so you found out after the fact.
それはそうだが。にしても、何考えてんだ、シンジのやつ。必要以上に厳しく教えることはあっても、素人を見せ物にするようなやつじゃないだろ
う。呆れた。エミヤっては本当にあれだ。
あれってなんだ？今お前、よからぬ感想を漏らさなかったか？
あら、私はあくまで客観的な事実を連想しただけさ。それで気を悪くするのはエミヤの勝手だね。
ついさっき聞いたような返答をしやがって。いいよ、それよりシンジはどうしたんだよ。なんだってそんな真似をしたんだ？
聞いた話じゃ遠坂にこっぴどく振られたとかなんとか。
Fucking just the most bitch made shit, bro.
遠坂ってあの遠坂か？
うちの学校にあれ以外の遠坂なんていないでしょ。2年 A 組の優等生ミスパーフェクトこと遠坂凛よ。
いや、そんなあだ名は初めて聞いたけど。
But if it's no surprise Shinji got rejected. And knowing Tosaka, she's probably had pretty harsh insults to go along with her rejection.
ともかくシンジのやつは昨日からずっとその調子よ。おかげで私もこんな時間まで道場で目を光らせてたってわけ。
シンジのやつ、変にこらえが効かない時があるからな。三つ釣り大変だろうけど頑張ってくれ。
はいはい。けどね、シンジって懲りないでしょ。また遠坂に声をかけて振られた日には今度こそ遠坂本人に何かしそうでさ。
Sounds like bitch shit.
いや、いくらシンジでも振られた相手には近寄らないだろう。あいつそのあたりはちゃんとしてるぞ。
けど相手が近寄ってくるんだからしょうがないじゃない。遠坂さ、なんか知らないけどうちの道場をよく見学に来るのよ。エミヤは辞めちゃったから知らないだろうけどね。
That's news to me. Rinto Saka doesn't participate in any club activities because of her family forbids it or something. She even turned down the nominations to be a member of the student council, so I always thought she went straight home after school.
ま、たまにはそれもいいか。あいつもお高く泊まってるし、一度ぐらいは痛い目に遭うのもいいかもね。お気の毒様っていうか、ご愁傷様っていうか。
Mitsuri has a weird way of looking at this. Now that I think about it, they say that Rinto Saka has a lot of enemies. I wonder if Mitsuri is one of them.
おい、三つ釣り。いくらなんでもそれは。
あ、そろそろ時間だ。じゃあね、エミヤ。今度私の弓の調子見に来てよ。
Mitsuri hastily runs off.
相変わらずだな、あいつ。
I never minded how forthright she was. I feel a bit more at ease and head towards the classroom. It's lunchtime. Our school has quite the cafeteria and most of the students eat lunch here. But there are some old-fashioned students who bring their own lunches, including myself and the student council president sitting in front of me.
エミヤ、その唐揚げを一つくれないか。俺の弁当には圧倒的に肉分が不足している。
うん、いいけど、なんだってお前の弁当ってそう質素なんだ、一世。いくら寺だからって酒も肉も取らないなんて教えがあるわけでもないだろ
う。何を時代錯誤なことを。これは単に親父殿の趣味だ。小坊主に食わす贅沢はない。悔しいのなら己で何とかせよなどという。いっそ今からでも天祖になるか。俺も考えどころだ。
ああ、あのじいさんなら確かに。
Isei's father is the priest of Ryoto Temple, a larger-than-life figure who's also friends with Fujini's grandfather. Anyone who gets along with old man Fujimura can't possibly be normal.
それは。じゃあ、いつか恩返しを期待して一つ。
I pass my bento box to him.
いやいや、ありがたく。これも托発の修行なり。
Issei bows deeply. I honestly question whether I should remind him, or should be reminded that he's the son of a priest at times like these.
ああ、そういえばエミヤ、朝方2丁目の方で騒ぎがあったのを知っているか。ちょうどエミヤと別れるあたりの交差点だが。
交差点？
Could it be the same intersection where I saw the police cars this morning?
なんでもな、殺人があったそうだ。
Oh.
詳細は知らないが、一家4人中助かったのは子供だけらしい。両親と姉は刺殺されたというが、その凶器が包丁やナイフではなく、長物だというのが普通じゃない。
Did Lancer kill him? A long weapon? Does he mean like a sword or something? If it's a murder, then the weapon killed the parents and the older sister. I can't help but imagine it. Someone sneaks into the house late at night. Unreasonable violence, a horrible nightmare the victim neither imagined nor wished for. Like a traffic accident. Parents are slaughtered, the older sister falls victim without knowing what is happening. A lone child, hidden in the shadows, is covering in their family's blood.
一世、それ犯人は捕まったのか？
捕まってはいないようだな。信徒の方では欠陥工事による事故。こちらでは辻切りめいた殺人事件だ。学校の門限が早まるのも当然。どうしたエミヤ？喉に飯でも詰まったか？
別に。何もないけど、なんだよ、いきなり。
いや、エミヤが厳しい顔をしていたのでな。少し驚いた。すまん。食事時の話ではなかったな。
Issei apologizes and tries to lighten the mood. I actually don't mind topics like this and didn't realize I was looking so severe. And then there's a gentle knock on the student council room's door.
失礼。竜道はいるか？
ああ、はい。何ですか、先生。
Mr. Kuzuki enters, and Issei steps over to him and to have a quiet conversation. Must be a casual student council matter since Issei looks relaxed.
へえ。
It's something I don't see every day. Issei is surprisingly shy. He keeps his distance from his classmates and even teachers, but for some reason he's warmed up to the student council advisor, Mr. Kuzuki.
真面目なとこで気が合うのかも。
So Ishiro Kuzuki is the homeroom teacher for Class 2A, and he's very serious and kind of weird. Some part of that is probably why he and Issei get on so well. The two of them continue to talk. As I watch them, I can't stop thinking about the murder. Class is in and it's time to go home. I can't wander around because I have work today. I shouldn't do anything at school. I should head straight to the neighboring town, but... Maybe the morning's conversation bothered me more than I realized. The next thing I know, I'm at Kyoto's club. At the Kyoto club.
もう何やってんだ俺。
Mitsuzuri said Rin Tosaka frequently visits. Well, that... I hadn't thought of it, but I think it'd be a problem if Shinji get violent against Tosaka.
シンジのやつ、カッとなると止まらないからな。
Shinji lashing out at Tosaka because she rejected him would be bad. Well, I don't know exactly how, but it would just be bad.
なんだ、遠坂いないじゃないか。
Tosaka's nowhere to be found around the dojo. Mitsuzuri worried for nothing.
へえ、誰がいないって？だから誰がいないって？
Issei, who I thought I parted ways with, is standing right next to me.
お前か、一世。あんまり驚かすなよな。
いや、エミヤが挙動不審げに道場を眺めていたからつい。で、誰がいないって？
誰って遠坂だよ。なんでも昨日シンジと一悶着あったらしいんだ。それで一応様子を見に来ただけだ。
Heard she had a spat with Shinji yesterday, so I came around to punch Shinji in the face. That's it. That's all I wanted.
ほほう、挙動不審だな。聞かれてもいないのに理由まで話すなど。俺は誰がいないかと聞いただけなのだが。
なんだよ、別にいいだろ。俺が何しようが俺の勝手だ。
We got caught.
うん、それはしかり。だが無駄だぞエミヤ。遠坂はここにはいない。なぜならあいつは今日ずる休みだ。
何？
What class? So she's absent?
そうか、欠席か。待て一世、なんで遠坂がずる休みなんだよ。あいつがそんなのするわけないだろ
う。するとも、あいつが風邪などひくものか。俺が見たところあいつは悪いやつだ。外見に騙されるとパクッと食われるぞエミヤ。
You're awfully judgmental too. Somehow what he's saying irritates me because that's really wrong. I may not know Tosaka that well, but I don't think she's a bad person.
言い過ぎだぞ一世。遠坂はそんなやつじゃないだろう。
ん？なんだ、エミヤも遠坂狙いなのか。ああ、それはすまない。今のは流してくれ。
Secret crush? The fuck?
勝手に決めつけるな。俺はただシンジが揉め事を起こしたら大変だから。
Speak of the devil, he shall appear.
殴りかかろうとしたら止めるためか。またそんな役回りをするな。別に俺は気にしないが、割と趣味が悪いのだな、エミヤは。
してないから損じゃない。けど一世、お前今変なこと言わなかった？
ん？遠坂狙いは趣味が悪いってことかい？
そう、遠坂は人気あるじゃないか。俺もあいつの悪い噂は聞かないぞ。
ああ、聞かないね。それがまた気に食わない。
You
気に
what?
食わないって
Yeah,
ど
what?
の辺がだよ。
だから全部だよ。あれはメギツネだ、女性だ、妖怪だ。とにかく生理的に気に食わない。悪いことは言わないから、エミヤも気に入らないようにしろ。
So you
いいっすね。
basically,
人の陰口は良くないってお前の口癖じゃなかったか？
yeah, like because you have not found any evidence of her fucking up, you think there's something wrong with her? That's like the logic technically is sound, but that's one of those things that you just keep to yourself. You don't say that out loud. You wait until you find evidence of something being weird.
たわけ、これが陰口に入るか。俺は聞こえるように喋っている。
No wonder I sense people watching us. Well, that's a relief. I'm really glad Tosaka's absent today.
頼む伊勢。悪いが早速陰口にしてくれ。
うん。エミヤがそういうのなら了解した。が、とりわけ中傷していたわけではないぞ。単に竜道一世が遠坂凛を警戒していると言っただけだ。あくまで個人の趣味嗜好の範囲だろう。
Yeah, but saying stuff out loud that loudly could in this kind of like climate could probably cause issues for our protagonist here. That I remember his name.
その
Emiya.
割には妖怪だとかメギツネだとか言ってたけど。
I'm pretty sure minx is definitely a derogatory term.
何？褒め言葉だ。メギツネにも妖怪にもいいものはいる。あくまで遠坂を表現する値として採用しただけである。
Damn, man, you must be pretty flexible because that is a fucking reach.
かつ。
Heisei laughs.
それではな。俺は生徒会室に戻るが、エミヤはバイトだろう。こんなところで道草を食っている暇はなかろう。
Heisei leaves calm and composed, perhaps because he's satisfied having said everything he wanted to say. Hello, Batra. I know him. I've known him for 2 years, but honestly, I still don't get that guy. Batra, can you make sure my audio's fine? Malachi was in here earlier saying that things was buffering, but I think that was just them. I ride the bus from school for 20 minutes. I arrive at Shinto, the neighboring town, from across the bridge.
なんだ、まだ5時前か。少し時間があるな。
There are many part-time jobs in the residential area of Miyama, but there are plenty in Shinto since it's a developing area. A school allows students to hold part-time jobs, so I take on simple jobs. I prefer my jobs to be physical and tougher, and the tougher and shorter they are, the better. I get paid all while training my body, so it's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Today I'll work from 5 to 8 o'clock for a simple loading job. It may be just 3 hours of work, but it feels more like 6 hours since they make you work without a minute's rest. Which means I need to rest when I have the opportunity, even if it's just for 10 minutes. You had an audio problem earlier? No, I think their internet was messing up. Because they said it was my I was cutting out because I was buffering. But buffering implies that Twitch wasn't loading, so I think they were having an issue with Twitch. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't sound crappy. Walking around aimlessly would be a waste of energy, so I decided to rest at the park until it's time. This park is nestled between buildings and is like a giant plaza full of trees and shrubbery. Our park should typically be filled with families and couples during weekends and holidays, but this one is deserted at this hour. In fairness, this place is always desolate, no matter the day or time.
変わらずだな、ここは。
I sigh in exasperation. This area is unkempt and it's really pretty ugly compared to the other places that are properly landscaped and maintained. As if the desolate location has set the mood, the wind itself blows cold and harsh. This place is remnant of the great catastrophe that happened 10 years ago. It's the very place where I was saved from the brink of death.
なんで芝生とか植えないんだろう。いつまでもこのままってのはもったいない。
The area is quite large, so if they leveled it, there'd be plenty of space for there'd be plenty of space to work on the bark. I sit down on a bench as I think. With nothing else to do, I stare out over the bird area to pass time. I don't remember anything that happened here. The only thing I remember is that it was hot and I couldn't breathe. And that some people died trying to save others.
どうしてそうなのかな。
One adult here died because they were trying to save a child from a burning house. Another person was offered all the available water to extinguish their raw, parched throat, while others in the same situation died. Someone here tried to flee the fire as fast as they could, but the people left behind died. And someone died here because they gave whatever it was that kept them alive to someone they didn't even know. I don't like thinking about that. Just thinking about people trying to help and becoming victims for their trouble makes me angry. Is it too much for ask that everybody be saved and for them to get their happy ending afterwards? All I want is to see people peacefully prevail. Why can't that happen?
それは難しい。シロの言っていることは誰も彼も救うということだからね。
That was Kiritsugu's response to the question when a very young me asked it. As a child, I obviously refused to accept that idea. But you saved me, Kiritsugu, and I knew you were a magician and you could do anything. I knew you were a champion of justice who wouldn't let anyone suffer, and you did it without asking for any reward. That's why I always believed you've managed to save everyone back then. In response to me shouting this at him, Kiritsugu looked more troubled than I'd ever seen him, and said something I remember to this day.
シロ、誰かを救うということは誰かを助けないということなんだ。いいかい？正義の味方に助けられるのはね、正義の味方が助けたものだけなんだよ。当たり前のことだけど、これが正義の味方の定義なんだ。
Yeah, I get that. And now that it's been pointed out, it seems so obvious. Imagine if there was a burglar and some hostages, and the burglar intends to kill the hostages. Under normal circumstances, the majority of the hostages would probably die. But if by some miracle all of the hostages were saved, then there's someone who didn't get saved. The burglar, of course, since saving the hostages was done at the cost of his life. I think that's a jump, but I understand the logic. The people the champion of justice saves are only those who the champion of justice deems to save. That's why saving everyone is impossible. Even God can't do that.
それが天才ならなおさらだ。誰であろうと、全てを助けるなんてできなかった。
The fire 10 years ago was like that. As someone who was miraculously saved from the incident, it wasn't my place to say anything at this point.
けど嫌だ。
I don't want anything like that. I don't like the idea that there's a limitation to who can be saved. No matter how impossible it may be, I need to reach out for help. Reach out to help. I can't stand to see people around me die like back then. If the person I am now had been there 10 years ago, I would have thrown myself into that fire.
そのまま無駄死にしてたろうな。間違いなく。
That would have happened for sure. Jeez, I can't even fantasize in my head.
しまった。ぼんやりしてたら5時になっちまった。
A bell in the distance rings, chiming 5 o'clock. I get up from the bench and hurry to my part-time job. By the time I'm done working, the sun has long since set. It's a little before 8 o'clock. I finished about 10 minutes earlier because I kind of overworked myself. Maybe it's because I stopped by the park before work that might have motivated me to push myself harder. At the train station, the night is just getting started. There are a bunch of people milling about and an endless stream of cars on the road.
藤姉にお土産はいいか。
I walk along the path as I gaze upon the lighted building. It's the biggest building in Shinto, so I can't see all the way to the top. As I gaze at the building, enjoying the nighttime scenery. Eh? I think I see something bizarre.
なんだ今の。
I stop and try to look at the very top. I squinch, trying to bring... Oh! Okay, so this is what happened when we were playing as Tosaka. And she's like, I can feel someone looking at me. Still in port, but I feel someone looking at me. So this is what was happening. I squint trying to bring what I see into focus, but it's like staring at grains of rice. Looks like someone I know. But I can't think why this girl I know would have a reason to be there. It didn't seem like she's going to do anything up there. But she's just standing there, looking down at the city as the wind ruffles her hair. She didn't seem to have noticed me down below. Actually, there's no way she could see me. Even my near-perfect vision, enhanced with magecraft, could barely distinguish what's up there. I'm able to tell she's up there because she's isolated, but there's no way she'd be able to pick me up from a crowd on the ground. She's just looking down at the town. It seems like she's looking for something. I can almost feel her sharp gaze even at this distance. I forget how long it's been, but I continue to look up at the girl standing in the void. She stands at the top of a high tower. She's like a magician looking down at the surface world with a bright moon shining behind her back. And then, she disappears, apparently done with whatever brought her up there. The rooftop stands empty, and the scenery returns to nothing more than a beautiful night sky. I can't be sure, but I'm probably right about who it was, at least. There aren't many girls I know who stand out like her, and besides, I'm not so out of it that I'd fail to notice a girl I secretly admire. Oh yeah? It's just... Toshaka sure has a weird way of spending her time. Unlike Shinto, there is no signs of people anywhere in Miyama. There is nobody around after 8 or 9... What? There's nobody around after 8 at night, and the town is silent and still. Well, that was a noise. The house I saw this morning stands across the intersection. There are no signs of life, and no trespassing signs hangs over the front door. In just a single day, the house has fallen quiet, almost like an abandoned building. A girl and her parents were killed by a burglar. I wonder what life awaits now that the single child, for the single child who survived. I bite my lip, frustrated by my powerlessness. I promised I'd be just like Kiritsugu, but I couldn't do anything, even when something like this happened so close to home. I want to help people, but I don't even know what I can do. I reach the top of the hill where my house sits. The lights are on, so Fujini and Sakura are still inside.
Tadaima. あれ、藤姉だけか。
おかえりしろ。
Fujini turns toward me munching on a rice cracker. The TV is turned to a lively variety show.
もうまたこんな時間に帰ってきて。冬は日が暮れるのが早いんだから、もっと早くに帰ってきなさいって言ったでしょ。
だから早く帰ってきてるだろ。8時までのバイトを選んでるんだから、これ以上無茶言わないでくれ。で、さくらはどうしたんだよ。なんか晩飯の支度だけはできてるみたいだけど。
さくらちゃんなら早めに帰ったわよ。今日は用事があるからって晩ご飯だけ作ってくれたの。
Fujini cheerfully replies, "As far as she's concerned, anyone who makes her food is a good person."
そっか。確かにしばらくはその方がいいかもしれないな。最近は物騒だし、いっそ新学期まで晩飯は俺が作ろうか。
反対。シロ帰ってくるの遅いじゃない。それからご飯作ってたら食べるの10時過ぎになっちゃうよ。
ね、そこに自分家で食べるという選択肢はないのか、あんたは。
だからここが私の家だよ。
Fujini tilts her head, puzzled. Honestly, I'm not sure if a response like that should make me happy or sad.
わかったよ。藤姉に飯を作れなんて無理難題を言ってもしょうがねえ。それはいいけど、足元のそれなんだよ。 また余計なものを持ってきたんじゃないだろうな。
Fujini has a tendency to leave a bunch of junk here. He'll bring stuff like bowls from restaurants that are too big to be functional and an unnecessarily heavy earthen teapot or a weird guitar that plays itself. She must think this place is some kind of convenient
ちょ
storage
っ
or
と
something.
見せてみろ。ゴミだったら捨てるから。
うちで余ったポスターだけど。
Fujini hands me the poster. It's probably a poster of some no-name singer.
どれどれ
I knew it. It's a poster of a young man wearing a military uniform smiling with his thumbs up, all in front of a cheap-looking blue sky background. The caption on the poster is in bloody font. Love's lovely Ranger Lund. Come to the self-defense meetup. Hey, this is a recruitment poster for a youth group.
それいらないからあげるね。
俺だっていらねえよこんなの。
The bastard tried to whack Fujini on the head with it.
へへん。外れ。
However, Fujini counters mercilessly with another poster she'd been holding. Her poster sword bops me lightly. Ah! Stars! I see stars!
へい。シローの腕で私に当てようなんて甘いわよ。悔しかったらもうちょっと腕を磨きなさいね。
そんな問題じゃないだろう今の。なぜに紙のポスターがかような破壊音を。
Did she manage some sort of technique only a true poster master can execute?
ごめんごめん。こっちのポスター初回特典版なんで豪華鉄板仕様だった。シロー、頭大丈夫？
藤ねえ、いつか絶対に人を殺すぞその性格。
へへ、その時はシローがお嫁にもらってくれるから安心かな。
Huh!
全速でお断りです。そんな天然殺人鬼を相方にもらう気はないやい。
うん、私そんな物騒なのじゃないと思う。
やっぱり得てしてそういう連中は自覚がないっていうのは本当だったのか。
Pray that I survive. I have to be very careful from now on if I'm going to have any hope of avoiding being murdered.
ふんだ、言ってなさい。そんなことよりシロー、私お腹減った。今まで待ってたんだから早くご飯の用意しよう。
Fujini gets up. What's up with Fujini? She must be really hungry if she's offering to help, even if it's just help setting the table.
はいはい。じゃあ藤姉は皿と茶碗な。ご飯ぐらい告げるだろ。
告げるよ。ねえシロー、私丼でいいかな。
いいんじゃないか。今日はさくらもいないし、どうせ飯は余るし。
よしよし。それじゃシローもお揃いね。
Fujini scoops mounds of rice into two large bowls. Whatever. I was gonna go for a second helping anyway. And if I meddle in what Fujini does now, we won't be really... Alright, chill. We may really not have any dinner. Besides, this is the kind of chaotic scene dinner at my home has been for years. Another day ends. We finish our rowdy dinner, and after I see off Fujini, I take a bath. After that, I head to the shed for my daily training. I complete it as usual, and then I go to sleep. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. You do not get a lot of sleep if you get up at 5:30. Day ends peacefully and without incident. Meaning tomorrow, there will be incident. Sure. I don't think we need to, but sure. I saw that the game has a flowchart. That's gonna be so good. Alright, this is when shit goes down. in a fire. Houses crumble and people burn. No matter where I go, all I see is crimson. This is what I saw 10 years ago. It's a long forgotten memory of the past. I run through the scenery, recreating what happened. I know it's a nightmare, but there's no way to escape. I run and run, I keep running. Every time the scene ends with me as a child running out of energy and getting rescued. I wake up feeling wrong. A hand on my forehead tells me I'm sweating even though it's winter. The clock reads past 6. I hear the soft sound of chopping from the kitchen. Not really the time to be impressed by what an early riser she is. I need to hurry up and get ready so I can help her with breakfast.
Shiro, 今日どうするのよ。土曜日だから午後はアルバイト？
いや、バイトは入ってないよ。一世のところで何かやってると思うけど、それがどうかしたか？
別に。暇だったら道場の方に遊びに来てくんないかなーって。私、今月ピンチなのだ。
ピンチって何がさ？
お財布事情がピンチなの。誰かがお弁当作ってくれると嬉しいんだけどな。
断る。自業自得だ。たまには一食ぐらい抜いた方がいい。
What were you spending your money on?
で、シローには期待してないもん。私が頼りにしてるのはさくらちゃんだけなんだから。ね、さくらちゃん。はい。私と同じものでよろしければ用意しておきますね、先生。オッケーオッケー。じゃあ今日は一緒にお昼を食べましょう。
Breakfast goes smoothly. Today's menu includes typical sides, and the main dish is braised lotus root, konyaku, and chicken. Sakura probably didn't need to make such a elaborate dish for breakfast, but I'm guessing she made extra. Okay. Extra to pack for lunch. Sakura is a member of the Kyoto Club, and Fujini is the club's faculty advisor. Nobody would think it would be weird for the two of them to have the same lunch.
そういえばシロ、今朝は遅かったけど何かあった？
Fujini looks my way as she sips her miso soup. She sips it? She's just drinking the soup? As much as she's just kind of out there most of the time, she's pretty sharp about this kind of thing.
昔の夢を見た。寝覚めがすっげえ悪かっただけで、あとはなんともない。
なんだ、いつものことか。なら安心かな。
It's not an interesting topic for Fujini, so she shifts the conversation to another direction. That doesn't bother me one bit. 10 years ago, I used to have this nightmare a lot, back when I couldn't shake the memory of that fire. But as time went on, those nightmares grew less and less frequent, and I've gotten to the point where the dreams don't bother me anymore. I've been told my nightmares were pretty bad back then, though Fujini was already with us by then, and she's been sensitive about changes in me since.
シロ、食欲はある？今朝に限ってないとかない？
ない。なんともないんだから、人の夢にかこつけて飯を横取りするな。
シローが強くなってくれて嬉しいけど、もうちょっと繊細でいてくれた方がいいな、お姉ちゃんは。
そりゃこっちのセリフだ。もうちょっと可憐になってくれた方がいいぞ、弟分としては。
We both huff and turn our heads away from each other. Saying that as a sign that I'm fine, Fujini smiles in relief. Honestly, I appreciate your consideration. But I know she'll get an ego about it if I say it directly, so I pretend to grunt and protest instead. Sakura looks puzzled by her interaction. Soon after Fujini leaves, I lock up and Sakura and I leave as well.
先輩、今日の夜から月曜日までお手伝いに来れませんけど、よろしいですか？
What if he says no? Like, he's not going to, it's obviously not going to be a problem, but like, if he said no, what changes?
別にいいよ。だって土日だろ？さくらだって付き合いがあるんだから気にすることないぞ。
そんな違います。そういうんじゃないです。本当に個人的な用事でちゃんと部活にだって出るんですから。だから何かあったら道場に来てくれれば何とかします。
That was a weird thing to panic about. Hey, you probably have your own life to go live. It's all good. And she goes, no, I don't have friends. Like, what? That's a really weird thing to panic about.
別に土日だからって遊びに行くわけじゃないです。だから変な勘違いはしないでもらえると助かります。
Is she making an assumption that I'm just not understanding? What? Sakura's acting suspicious, or rather, she seems nervous. I don't know why, but it's probably just that she can't come over the
わ
weekend.
かった。なんかあったら道場に行くよ。
はい、そうしてもらえれば嬉しいです。
Sakura sighs in relief. Okay, so no, that was just a weird thing for her to panic about. Because even Amiya was like, that's weird. But the moment Sakura lowers her gaze, her expression stiffens.
先輩って。
Hmm? Sakura is staring at my left hand. The hand I used to jack off with. I look down and see blood trickling from it. Pull up my shirt sleeve. Yeah, blood.
なんだこれ。昨日の夜ガラクタいじってて切ったかな。
I don't feel any pain. Looks like there's a welt on my hand. The bruise stretches all the way from my shoulder to the back of my hand. Looks like a snake that's been trying to reach my palm to the top of my shoulder.
ま、痛みもないし、すぐに効くだろう。大丈夫。気にするほどじゃない。
Probably stop the bleeding at least.
はい。先輩がそう言うのでしたら気にしません。
But we know what that is thanks to Tosaka. The sight of blood probably made Sakura sick. She's keeping her head down. Sakura heads to the club while I head to the school building. The schoolyard is filled with athletic club members training. This morning is practically brimming with enthusiastic energy. But something feels strange. Everything in the school is as usual. The students exercising for morning practice are lively, and the new school building is spotless.
気のせいか、これ。
So he feels the barrier thingy. When I close my eyes, the mood changes drastically. The building walls feel stained, like the membranes have latched onto them, and the students themselves seem like empty dolls.
疲れてるのかな、おい。
I shake my head to clear it and head onto campus. School ends early on Saturdays. Classes end in the morning, but by the time I finish helping Issei, the sun is starting to set.
さて、そろそろ帰るか。
I pack my bag and leave the classroom. But then,
なんだ、まだ学校にいたんだ、エミヤ。
I ran into Shinji. There are a few girls behind him making small commotion.
やることもないくせに、まだ残ってたの？ああ、そうか。また生徒会にごますってたわけね。いいね、エミヤは。部活なんてやんなくても内心稼げるんだからさ。
生徒会の手伝いじゃないぞ。学校の備品を直すのは生徒として当たり前だろ。使ってるのは俺。
よく言うよ。エミヤに言わせれば何だって当たり前だからね。そういういい子ぶりが勘に触るって前に言わなかったっけ？
すまん。よく覚えていない。それシンジの口癖だと思っていたから、どうも聞き流してたみたいだ。
そうかい。それじゃあ学校にあるものなら何でも直してくれるんだ、エミヤは。
何でも直すなんて無理だ。せいぜい面倒見るぐらいだが。
よし、なら頼まれてくれよ。うちの弓道場さ、今割と散らかってるんだよね。
Isn't that your job to fucking clean that shit?
のが溜まってるし、安土の掃除もできてない。
There's a thing in Japan. Japan doesn't have, at least as far as I'm aware for the schools don't have janitors or anything. The students are responsible for keeping everything clean. Which is why you see in some anime people are staying behind to clean up the classroom right now. It's because the students are responsible for keeping shit clean. And I actually kind of like that idea because if you're responsible for keeping it clean, it's not going to get that dirty to begin with, right? That said, my point in saying that is that it's their job to do shit like that. Now, I think they mentioned earlier that he's kind of shit at stringing bows and whatnot, but like, if you're gonna be a better archer, you need to, you know, learn the fucking thing, learn your craft. Fuck Shinji. All my homies hate Shinji.
暇ならさ、そっちの方もよろしくやってくれないかな。元弓道部員だろ。生徒会になんか尻尾振ってないで、たまには僕たちの役に立ってくれ。
ちょっと先輩、それって先輩が藤村先生に言われてたことじゃなかった？そうですよ。ちゃんとやっておかないと明日怒られますよ。
でもさ、今から片付けしてたら店閉まるじゃん。そこの人がやってくれるんならそれでいいんじゃないの？
I never offered. What the fuck?
悪いよ。それに部外者に後片付けなんかできるわけないし。そうでもないんじゃない？あの人元弓道部員だってシンジが言ってるしさ。任せちゃえばいいのよ。
The girls behind Shinji are awfully chatty. They seem to be cute on members, but since I don't recognize any of them, they must be members Shinji recruited recently. They're all girls.
じゃあ、あとはよろしく。鍵の場所は変わってないから、勝手にやっといてよ。文句ないよね。
I would so not do this. Fuck that guy.
なあ、構わないよ。どうせ暇だったから、たまにはこういうのも悪い。
I would do it just to get him in trouble. Fuck that guy.
サンキュー。それじゃあ行こうぜみんな。つまんない雑用はあいつがやっといてくれるってさ。
待ってよ先輩。じゃああとはよろしくお願いしますね先輩。
I claimed the Kyudo Club without any problems since I'm familiar with it. It's a big room, so it took a while, but it was kind of fun cleaning the place I used to spend so much time in until a year and a half ago. Midway through, I considered trying to shoot a bit, but decided not to. It would be rude to the owner of the bow. If I want to shoot, all I have to do is bring my own bow and visit. Like at the time, it's way past curfew. It's a little after 7. School gates must be closed by now, so there's no need for me to rush out. Now that I look closely, I don't remember the dojo being so dirty before. There's dirt and grime all over the place, like behind the bow and the rest of the club room.
ここまで来たら1時間も2時
Bow
間も
rest,
変
excuse
わらない
me.
か。
I've already started, so I might as well clean every nick and granny. The wind is starting to pick up. It's so cold, my cheeks start to sting. Ryuki typically isn't cold at night during winter, but tonight's certainly an exception. My breath fogs the air with every exhale.
なんだ。暗いと思ったら月が隠れてるのか。
I look up and there's no light in the sky. The strong wind sends the clouds speeding across the night sky. Curfew is long past and there's no sign of life in the empty school. Not so much as a sound can be heard on campus, and it seems to be covered with colder air than any place in town. I think I heard something.
確かに聞こえる。校庭の方か。
That night, under the frosty sky, I guess I just got curious about the sound that broke the hushed silence, so I headed towards the sound to investigate. I go to the schoolyard.
人？
It looks that way, at least from a distance. It's so damn dark. Need to get closer if I want to find out more. Sounds grow louder, more intense. I know that sound. It's clashing metal. Sounds like a fight.
バカバカしい。何考えてるんだ、俺。
I'm being stupid, obviously. Who would ever fight in a school courtyard with weapons like that? And then, It was probably a gut instinct that sensed the danger. Maybe keeping out of sight was as I approached, or maybe keeping out of sight as I approached was just a stroke of good luck. Whatever the reason, I hid behind the tree, big enough to conceal me, and took a closer look at the source of the sound. There, my mind froze. I can't comprehend what I'm seeing. A man in red and a man in blue. The two of them are clad in armor so ancient it's several steps beyond old-fashioned. It's a ridiculous sight, but their rapid, deadly movements make clear their fight is no joke. I don't understand. I can't even follow their movements. They're too fast. Their movements look so surreal, my mind can't function properly. The sound of their clashing weapons is the only thing convincing me the two of them are actually fighting to the death. But there's one thing I'm sure about. They're not human. They have to be something else, in the guise of humans. My magecraft training isn't why I know this. Anyone can see that those two aren't human. For start, humans can't move like that. Nobody should get involved with whatever that is. I can feel their intent to kill, even from a distance. I'm going to die. My body instinctively knows before my brain kicks in that I just won't live if I stay here. My racing heart is proof of that, as it's a living thing designed only to kill. No knife or blade would match for whatever they're wielding. They're clearly meant only to kill. I suddenly remember yesterday's murders. The family that fell victim is said to have been killed by a bladed weapon. I should stay here and watch another second, but I can't move a muscle. I can hardly breathe. My mind is telling me to flee, but something else tells me that if they'll find me the second I move. More than internal conflict though, I'm just paralyzed. I'm more than 40 meters away from them, but I imagine getting stabbed in the back with a spear. I can't breathe. The sounds stop. The two figures separate and stand, facing each other. Just as I'm starting to feel a sense of relief that the fight's over, another stronger sense of malice creeps over me. My heart feels like it's shriveled up in my chest. The numbness in my body turns to convulsions, and I clench my teeth in an effort to compose myself. A nauseating high amount of magical energy flows into the man in blue. Kitsuga once demonstrated to me how to draw in magical energy from one's surroundings. There's a kind of magecraft so beautiful that it impressed even an apprentice mage like me. But this is different. The same way even the simple act of drinking water can look revolting if done excessively. The man in blue appears to be binge eating. The sight is so extreme that anyone with magical energy would find it repulsive. He's going to die. The man in red is dead meat. The attack will be infused with more magical energy than anyone could possibly defend against. He's going to die. The inhuman, something in the guise of a man, is going to die. But can I just let this happen? That question shakes me out of my paralysis. My body is suddenly free and I take a deep breath. The man in blue glares in my direction. The man in blue crouches in a way that tells me one thing. I'm his new target. My legs are moving before I even have the thought of running. The rest of my body finally realizes it's time to flee for my life, and suddenly all of my energy is being poured into doing exactly that. I don't remember where I ran through or how I got there, but I'm in the school building. I regret my own actions as I huff and puff. I should have run toward town. I gotta be this world's biggest idiot thinking I can escape by running into an empty building. The school of all places. There must have been other, better places to hide. What the hell convinced me I'd die if I didn't run to begin with? My chest burns from all the running. I turn around, but I don't see anything pursuing me. The only sound is my own footsteps. I can finally stop. Feet can barely move another step. Gulp down lungs full of air. trying to slow my heart down, and I breathed a sigh of relief. I survived.
何だったんだ今の。
I try to recall what I just saw as I catch my breath. One thing's for sure, I definitely wasn't meant to see that. Things that look like human fighting in the schoolyard at night. That's all I can really remember. But I'd seen something else out of the corner of my eye.
もう一人誰かいた気がするけど。
I can't remember what they looked like, though. Honestly, I couldn't afford to look at anything other than the two of the figures locked in combat.
けどこれでとも。
追いかけっこは終わりだろ。
The voice comes from right in front of me.
いや、割と遠くまで走ったな、お前。
I can't breathe. My mind goes blank. I can't think. But I know I'm going to die.
逃げられないってのは、お前自身が誰よりも分かってたんだろう。何？やられる側ってのは得てしてそういうもんだ。別に恥じることじゃない。
And with that, he raises a spear.
運が悪かったな、坊主。見られたからには死んでくれや。
No mercy, no compassion. Spear pierces my heart. I didn't even have time to dodge. No training I ever did prepared me for this. I knew I was going to die. I knew the spear was going to impale me, but I couldn't move. The world distorts around me. My body grows cold. Numbness creeps in from my fingertips into the rest of me. I cough up blood, once. I felt like there should have been more, but it was just the one cough. The spear must have been special. My blood slows and grows stagnant. My heart just stops, all from a single strike of that spear. I can't see anything. I don't feel anything. I'm like a jellyfish floating in the dark sea at night. I stopped feeling pain long ago. The world has turned white. I'm the lone dark spot. So rather than being aware that I died, it just feels like everything around me has ceased to exist. I know this. I experienced the same thing 10 years ago. This is what dying feels like.
死人に口なしってな。弱いやつがくたばるのは当然といえば当然だが。
My eyes can't focus.
まったく嫌な仕事をさせてくれる。このざまで英雄とは笑い草だ。
I can only hear his voice.
分かっている。文句はないさ。女のサーバントは見たんだ。おとなしく戻ってやるよ。
He sounds so irritated. Afterwards, I hear footsteps fading down the hallway.
アーチャーか。蹴りをつけておきたいところだが、マスターの方針を破るわけにもいくまい。まったく、いけすかねえマスターだこと。
The voice suddenly disappears. He must have jumped out the window. Afterwards, footsteps I heard earlier stop. There's an awkward silence. The footsteps again. I can't hear that well anymore.
追ってアーチャー。ランサーはマスターのところに戻るはず。せめて相手の顔ぐらい把握しないと。
I don't know who's talking. Rest of all my concentration as my mind fades, but I still can't put my finger on it. All I can hear now is the sound of my breathing. My lungs must still be functioning. I hear a loud whistling sound coming from my mouth, like a passing typhoon.
その割にはまだ死んでないってのはすごいな。
I sense somebody peering into my face. My breathing must be loud as the person reaches their finger out to try and close my mouth.
やめてよね。なんだってあんたが。
Whoever it is, they grit their teeth, seeming troubled. The moment I hear that sound, the person touches me without hesitation.
破損した臓器を寄贈して代用。その間に心臓一つ丸々修復か。 こんなの成功したら時計塔に一発合格ってレベルじゃない。
The voice sounds distressed, but at that moment my fate and consciousness finally flickers to nothing. Sensation returns to my body. Slowly, little by little, my bodily functions return, like dewdrops trickling down a leaf. Drip, drip. What's going on? The person over me is sweating, intensely focused on where their hands are being pressed against my chest. The next thing I know, the palm over my chest grows extremely hot. It's so hot, my corpse jumps, my cold, stagnant blood starts to flow again. I sense the person take a deep breath and sit down.
疲れた。
I hear something fall.
まあ仕方ないか。ごめんなさい、父さん。あなたの娘はとんでもなく薄情者です。
That was it. The person mocks himself and leaves. My heart resumes beating. And then I finally pass out. But it's not everlasting sleep I expected. I fall into a slumber bound to wake again. I wake up suddenly. I feel sick and my entire body aches. Every time my heart beats, a sharp pain stabs in my head.
何が起きた？
My intense headache prevents me from remembering anything. My body is cold and stiff, likely because I've been sleeping in the hallway for a long time. The only thing I can figure out is the chest area of my uniform is torn and my blood stains the hall floor. My head feels hazy as I get up. The spot where I've been lying looks like a murder scene.
本当に
Was my chest stabbed? I felt down the surge of nausea as I headed into a nearby classroom. Staggering, I opened a closet and pulled out a rag and bucket.
何してんだろう。
Bro's gotta clean up his own murder scene. I'm still confused. I encountered something unbelievable and then it murdered me. Here I am, still trying to clean up after myself. How stupid can I be?
くそ、落ちない。
I wipe up the floor with a rag I found. I managed to wipe out the blood despite the incredible weakness in my whole body, then gather up everything scattered around the floor and shove it into my pockets. This may be my way of hiding evidence. I must be doing such stupid stuff because my head's all fuzzy. I put the rag and bucket away and stagger out of the school like a zombie. My body heats up with every step I take. It's so cold outside, and my body seems to be on fire. By the time I reach my house, the date has changed. There's nobody in the house. Sakura and even Fuji-ni left long ago. I collapse on the floor. Lying on the floor is what lets me finally calm down a bit. I inhale deeply. My heart feels like it cracks every time my chest expands to draw in air. Actually, it's the opposite. It's not that my heart is cracking. The hole in my heart was patched up, so expanding my chest opens the wound.
殺されかけたのは本当か？
That's also not true. I wasn't almost killed. I was killed. But someone saved me, and now I'm alive.
誰だったんだあれ。例ぐらい言わせてほしいもんだけど。
If they were in the area, it means they could be involved with the people fighting. But it still doesn't change the fact that they saved me, so I need to thank them properly one day. The moment I drop my guard, the pain returns. At the same time, nausea strikes me. I sit up and hold the nausea at bay. I place my hand on my bare chest where the uniform is torn. I might have been saved, but my chest was, as a matter of fact, pierced. That feeling, the agony of the spear tip piercing my chest, isn't something I can easily forget.
くそ、しばらく夢に見るぞ、これ。
When I close my eyes, I feel the spear thrust again. I try to shake that delusion off, and I make every effort to regain my composure.
よし、落ち着いてきた。
This must be thanks to my nightly training. My thoughts clear as I guess putting yourself in a situation where you feel that all the time and managing to calm yourself down and practicing doing that would let you calm down. My thoughts clear as I take a slow, deep breaths. The fever and nausea abate a bit.
それで、あれのことだけど。
The man in blue and the man in red. They looked human, but I know they're not. They could have been ghosts of some kind. But I never heard of ghosts having forms that allow them to interact with humans like that. And the thing was talking, which makes it a little harder to believe it was a ghost, if it had a will of its own. What I heard, the only spirits that possess physical bodies are the elemental types, but I thought elementals didn't look human.
いや、問題はそんなじゃなくて。
There's a more fundamental issue. Those two were trying to kill each other, and there was a robbery and a murder at the house nearby. Scary stuff like that has been plaguing Fuyugi lately. With all this in mind, the only conclusion I can come to is that the situation is out of my
こ
control.
んな時、親父が生きてれば。
I guess that was kind of whiny, but I'll put it down to the patched up chest wound that still feels so raw.
まぬけ、わからなくても自分にできることをやるって決めてるじゃないか。
I could complain later. First of all, I need to decide whether I should get involved or not. The answer is no, do not get involved, but whatever. The bell on the roof of the house rings. No matter what anyone says, this house is still a mage's house. A bounded field is set around it, and if there's ever an intruder in the area, an alarm
こ
rings.
んな時に泥棒か。
I rate myself for my own idiocy. Of course it's not a burglar. Given the timing, right after the weird incident, there's definitely an intruder. It's no burglar, it's an assassin. They're here to take my life, not property. Because that man said so himself. You saw what you saw, so you gotta die. The house is dead silent. The same murderous intent I felt at school creeps closer through the hushed darkness. I'm invincible. I got chicken nuggets. Well, I'm happy you got your chicken nuggets, Dizzy. We are reading book. I hope you enjoy fantasy. I hope I have a nice reading voice. I gulp. A chill prickles like needles along my spine. It's no illusion, it's not my imagination. I know that the moment I leave this room, I'll be stabbed again. I desperately try to contain my scream. The instant I scream, the assassin would just leap right in and kill me. And that would be a repeat of what happened before. I'm not prepared and I'm going to be impaled again. My breathing grows labored as soon as the thought crosses my mind. I'm mad. I'm mad at myself for being afraid, and I'm mad that I've put myself in a situation where I'll so easily lose my life after it was saved earlier the same damn day. I grit my teeth and hold my hand tight over my wounded chest to restrain myself. I need to get used to this. This is the second time. This is the second time I'm about to die. That alone motivates me not to die so pathetically as last time. And I'm not a mage after all. Am I not a mage after all? And if I can't even defend myself from this, what were my 8 years of training for?
やってやろうじゃないか。
I'm not gonna agonize over complicated things anymore. Right now, I just need to drive away whoever's here.
まずは武器をどうにかしないと。
I may call myself a mage, but the only thing I can do is reinforce something that might work as a weapon. You need a weapon to fight, after all. Not necessarily, but there are plenty of things that might work as a weapon in the storehouse, but I'm not anywhere near there. If I leave the living room and get ambushed, I'm going to expose myself and it'll be a repeat of what happened earlier. It won't be easy, but I've got to find a weapon here. The kitchen's right there. Just grab a knife. It won't help you, but knife. Something long and thin would be good. My opponent's weapon of choice is a spear, so a knife would be all but useless. A wooden sword would be best, but obviously don't have one just lying around. Something around here might be suitable as a weapon.
藤姉が置いてったポスターしかねえ。
Yeah, that works. Can't help but be utterly dejected. But the desperation makes me all the more determined. Grab both. Grab the poster, grab the metal poster, and the fucking knife. The situation's so bad it couldn't really get any worse. Never say that. Then all that's left for me to do is to move forward until I have no energy left. I speak my incantation and inject magical energy into the rolled up 60-centimeter poster. I try to imbue as much magical energy as I possibly can into the poster to solidify it. But since it needs work as a weapon, to go against that spear. I focus on my consciousness. Magical energy permeates the poster, as if I'm staining its fibers with my own blood. I feel that I've hit the end. Right before magical energy spreads through the poster and spills out, I say, I cut off my connection with the poster. I tremble with excitement. The poster is hard as steel, but its weight remains the same as before. It turned out great for a hastily improvised sword. How long has it been since my strengthening magecraft succeeded? My magecraft hasn't worked ever since Kiritsugu died, and for it to succeed at a time like this seems ironic. I may be able to defend myself. I at least have some discipline in swordsmanship. I grip the poster with both hands and stand in the middle of the living room. If I stay here, I'm dead, but I don't think I can make it outside the mansion either. So I just need to head to the shed to make a stronger weapon there. Just as I start trying to hype myself up, every hair on my body stands on end. I'm not sure when he got in, but the guy drops from the ceiling straight toward me. A silvery flash strikes my head from above. I can only assume he came through the ceiling and he descends on me, meaning to skewer my head. I roll forward in a frantic dodge. The man leads with inhuman grace as I clumsily roll out of the way. I stop myself quickly and get to my feet, makeshift sword at the ready. The guy turns lazily, looking bored. He shifts the spear in his hand to his other in slow, fluid movement. I don't know why, but he doesn't seem as aggressive as he did at the school, which might give me a chance at escaping him. He's complaining to himself? Like I'm not even here. I slowly retreat back into the room. Only 3 more meters until I can reach the window. I run out, assuming about 20 meters to the shed once I reach the yard. Then I should quickly... He says it almost absent-mindedly, like it was just an afterthought. A pain shoots him up my right arm. It all happened in an instant. He thrusts his spear forward, not even giving me time to react. I should have died for a second time right there. The makeshift sword in my hand spared me that fate. He probably thought I'd just been holding a rolled up paper. He struck as if he hadn't been holding anything at all, but the reinforced paper sword deflected the attack, so it only grazed my arm.
ほう、変わった芸風だな、おい。
His expression goes blank. His casual attitude from earlier vanishes entirely. He watches me now like a feral animal eyeing its prey. Crap. I was clearly wrong, thinking things would be okay. This thing before me is some kind of demon, unbound by logic. I keenly realized letting my guard down even for a second was beyond ludicrous. That's right. Desperate as things are, I should have just made a break for the window right after whatever miracle let me dodge the strike from above.
ただの坊主かと思ったが、なるほど。微弱だが魔力を感じる。心臓をうがたれて生きているってのはそういうことか。
The end of his spear points towards me. I can't block that. There's no way I'll be able to block that swift attack. I could have at least braced myself if I had a sword, no matter how fast he might be with it. But he's holding a spear. A sword is a whole line, but a spear is only a point. How am I supposed to block a point when I can't even see how fast it moves?
いいぜ。少しは楽しめそうじゃないか。
Oh. Oh. I love how schizophrenic this sounds. The man drops into a lower stance. In a flash. The spear swings in sideways. I instinctively parry the blow aimed at my face.
いい子だ。ほら次行くぞ。
It's a cyclone. I'm not sure how he's moving his spirit in the small room, but it traces a beautiful arc without even touching the walls. The next swing comes from the opposite side, aiming at my torso. The force of the swing bends my makeshift sword as I try to parry. Monstrous. Is that a hammer he's swinging? Damn. The numbness in my arms is telling me that that they might be broken. I instinctively swing my sword. He must be mocking me with the way he keeps flicking his spear at my sword without drawing back at all. Numbness creeps in my arms after going on the attack. My makeshift sword bends even more, and the man's spear changes trajectory slightly.
使えねえな。機械をくれてやったのに無駄な真似しやがって。まあ、魔術師に切り合いを望んでも仕方ねえんだろうが。
He moves like this. He moves like this is just a game. What? He moves like this is just a game. Such confidence. He'd been letting me take a swing after he took a couple shots at me. I wasted my one opportunity as nothing more than a stopgap. So he sees no point to continue this.
拍子抜けだ。やはりすぐに死ねよ、坊主。
The man readies his spear again. During that microscopic opening. I don't turn back to look. I just leap backward through the window. My back shatters the window and I roll out of the yard. I roll a few times, springing upward, and I blindly make my next move. I twist my entire body and swing behind myself. Nice. I manage to bat the man's spear aside and he hesitates just for an instant. Yeah, buddy. If I jump out the window, he was going to have to chase after me. And he would catch up to me and go in for the kill before I had the chance to get up. So I expected his fatal blow and swung my sword to his side with all my might. It was a risky move, but he'd have killed me if I'd been even a second late. I have been just as dead if I were early too. But knowing my incredible gap in our skill, I figured there was no way I could have been early. The only thing I had to do was to get up quickly and as I could and parry the attack I knew would be coming at my back. The gamble pays off and my swing deflects his spear. I quickly reposition myself. Now I just need to run to the shed while he's still confused. He's not holding the spear anymore, and now he's right in front of me. He turns on the spot with a roundhouse kick. We flipped. The scenery goes flying by. My chest goes numb where he kicked me. I can't breathe. The biggest surprise, I'm actually flying through the air. Never thought a guy kicking me would send me through the air like a damn ball. I fall hard on my back. I slam into a wall, the impact likely breaking my back, and I slide down to the ground. I can't breathe. My vision blurs. By a stroke of luck, he's thrown me into a shed I wanted to reach. I lean against the wall, trying to rouse myself. Try to track the man through blurry eyes. He kicked me nearly 20 meters away. The guy picks up his spear and rushes straight at me. I'm going to die. There's nothing I can do now. He's going to reach me. If I don't want to die, I need to get up and parry his hit. The tip of the spear surges. I can't even look back at it. My body is on the verge of collapse, practically greets the spear. What dumb luck. My knees give out so I can't hold myself up. The spear goes over my head and violently impales the shed's heavy door, pushing it open. This is my last chance. If only I can get inside the shed, there should be something I can use as a weapon. I crawl into the shed on all fours. Just then, he launches the spear at me. I block it. I open the rolled up poster and create a single-use shield. The impact makes a dull sound. The poster, unrolled, probably isn't as strong. It blocks the spear, but it tears apart, returning to a normal bit of paper. The spear's impact flings me against the wall. I fall on my butt and try to get my heart beating again, as after it feels like it tried to quit on me. The moment I raise my head, I try to grab something to use as a weapon. The man points his spear at in the front of my face. I can't do anything else now. His spear is pointed directly at my heart. I know this feeling. It's the scent of death, assailing my nostrils, reminding me of the pain I felt a few hours ago.
しかし、わからねえな。起点は効くくせに魔術はからっきしときた。筋はいいようだが、まだ若すぎたか。
I don't hear the man's voice. My attention is focused on the weapon pointed at me. Obviously. The moment he thrusts, I'm dead. What else is there to think of at this point?
もしやとは思うが、お前が7人目だったのかもな。ま、だとしても、これで終わりなんだが。
His arm jerks. I wasn't able to see his movements earlier, but now I see every last one in slow motion. There's a bolt of silvery light. The tip seems like it's being drawn towards my heart. Blood will gush from the wound in just a second. I know this feeling. That sensation of iron piercing my body. The taste of blood that will well up in my throat. That feeling of the world around me fading. I experienced all of it earlier today, and now I'm going to have to experience it again? Really? I don't understand. Why do I have to be the one that goes through this? This is bullshit. No, I can't die in vain in a place like this. I was saved. If I was saved, I can't just die like this. I need to live to fulfill my obligations. I won't be able to do that if I'm dead. The spear is still going to impale me through. The spear is still going to impale me, though. The tip will tear through my flesh, break my ribs, and bore into my heart. I'm mad. It shouldn't be so damn easy to kill people like this. I'm going to die, and it's bullshit. I'm going to die twice in a single goddamn day. Everything is fucking bullshit. I'm going to die, and I didn't have the opportunity to be afraid of this whole goddamn mess.
ふざけるな。俺は。
I'm not gonna let myself die senselessly to the likes of you. It is absolutely the right word for this moment. Like magic. A figure appears out of a bright light shining from behind me. I can't think. All I know is that the figure is a girl. I hear a high-pitched sound, and the moment the figure appears, it pushes aside the spear pressed into my heart, and steps between me and the man without missing a beat. He tries to regain his composure after his spear is pushed aside as the girl registers something in her hand. Sparks fly. Hard metal clashes and sparks fly again. The man stomps his foot after blocking the woman's attack. He must have realized he's at a disadvantage because he leaps out of the storehouse with bestial agility. She must intimidate him, but she quickly turns towards me. The wind is strong today. The clouds slide away and the moon shines through for a brief instant. The silver moonlight shines into the shed, illuminating the girl who appears like a knight. I'm speechless. And it's not because I'm confused by all the things that just happened. The girl before me is so astonishingly beautiful that I'm at a loss for words. The girl's eyes, like precious jewels, stare at me without emotion. Her voice sounds so valiant.
Master?
I can only repeat her words back to her. I don't understand what she's saying, nor do I know who she is. All I know is that this slender, delicate-looking girl is similar to the man outside. We had the word slender again. Can we stop describing women as slender? Like, can we do better? Can we use different adjectives? She says nothing, continuing to look at me in silence. I don't know how to describe her. She's special. So special that I forget entirely about the man inside, even though he might attack again at any moment. Time seems to have stopped. Even the fear of death I'd felt moments ago vanishes, and there is only the girl standing before me. It's the second time she speaks. And the moment I hear the word master and this name Saber echoes in my ears. Pain shoots through my left hand. It's hot, like being branded by an iron. I unconsciously press the back of my left hand. Taking that as a sign, the girl suddenly nods her beautiful head. I'm still a mage in training, so I understand what those words meant. But the girl doesn't respond to my question. She simply looks away with the same grace she'd shown when she nodded. She turns toward the shed's ruined door. Outside, the man readies his spear. She moves faster than expected. The girl in the knight's armor leaps out of the shed without hesitation. I forget about the pain I feel and get up and follow her. She can't possibly go up against that guy. No matter how heavily armored she is, she's smaller than I am. That's mad sexist. The echoing clang drowns out my words. Can't believe what I'm seeing. My head really does go blank this time. The clash of swords echoes around me. The moon slips behind the clouds, and the yard grows dark once again. And within the darkness, sparks fly, steel strikes steel. Without saying a word, the spear-wielding man meets the girl who leaped from the shed. She parries his spear and knocks away his other successive attacks, driving him back with each attack. I can't believe it. This girl, Saber, is somehow overpowering the man. The battle has begun. What happened between the man and I earlier doesn't even count as a battle. Battle? That's a fight between two people, each able to kill each other. No matter the difference in ability, I can still be called a battle as long as both are able to kill each other. In that sense, these two are fighting a battle. The man attacks her, swinging his spear so quickly you can't even see his strikes. Somehow, she parries his every attack perfectly, but there's something as she closes in on him. The man backs up slightly, clicking his tongue hatefully. He holds his spear vertically just to ward off her attacks on his side. For a moment, his spear glows. His attack almost looks like it caused an explosion. The man's spear sparks as if electrified every time whatever the weapon... What? The man's spear sparks as if electrified every time whatever weapon the girl is wielding strikes it. The man and I both can tell what it is. Its furious magical energy is so dense it can actually be seen. Her attacks are charged with incredible amounts of magical energy. Its unbelievable amount of magical energy crackles along her opponent's weapon every time they make contact. The sheer force of her attacks must be staggering. The man's spear strikes are precise. Like a sniper rifle, her blows must be overpowering the blast of a shotgun. Each of the girl's attacks bathes the yard in flickering light. And yet, that's not what's overpowering the man. The man curses at the girl as he evades her unrelenting strikes. She doesn't respond other than to step up her attacks with an invisible weapon. The man retreats, having hardly so much as a chance to counterattack. Her weapon is invisible. Without being able to determine the weapon's range, it would be reckless to go in for an attack. That's the trouble with an invisible weapon. But she's definitely got something in her hand. I can't make out anything of its shape or length. Maybe it's transparent to begin with? No matter how many times sparks fly from it, I never get to look at the weapon's profile. Carrying her strikes must be taking a lot out of the man. His movements aren't as sharp as they had been. There's the first sound the girl makes. She attacks it all the more furiously. It's a merciless, unyielding dance of blades. The flying sparks remind me of a blacksmith striking iron. And the spear-wielding man continues defending himself as he disapprovingly clicks his tongue. Honestly, I can't help but admire the man, even though he tried to kill me. He's able to defend himself against an invisible weapon, relying only on reading the girl's swings and footwork. That's all I can do. When an opponent is so completely on the defense, the only thing you need to do is beat them down. The girl steps closer. She smashes the ground, striking with all her might. Seeing his chance, the man disappears. Or rather, he retreats back as if to disappear. The girl's swing cuts through the air and smashes into the ground, kicking up dust. Her massive swing, which seemed to be a fatal blow against the pointed spearman, proved easy to dodge. Even I could tell what happened, even at this distance. Her careful, precise attacks earlier may have been worn down the man, but the tremendous swing meant to be the finishing blow would never ever touch him. The relentless attacks must have put incredible strain on the man's body as he tried to defend himself. Yet he suppressed that pain for a single moment to jump away. He knew that her last attack would determine the victory. The man jumps back several meters, then comes into a strike once again once the movement in his feet touch the ground. He jumps into a triangular pattern and leaps toward the girl as if revisiting his steps. The girl's sword is still embedded in the ground. It's a fatal opening. The red spear returns in less than a second, and the girl twists her body around it like a top, but with her sword still embedded in the ground. The whole thing happens in a matter of seconds. The man sees his mistake and tries to correct, as the girl uses this brief moment to use her whole body to attack. Both the man and the girl seem unsatisfied, though. Both struck intending to kill. Both survived, so everything leading to this moment was in vain. The two open a bit of distance between themselves. They both just quietly stare at each other. The strain of battle inflicted on them seems to be too much.
どうしたランサー？止まっていては僧兵の名が泣こう。そちらが来ないのなら私が行くが。
わざわざ死にに来るか。それは構わんが、その前に一つだけ聞かせろ。貴様の宝具、それは剣か？
He phrases his question so bluntly. He glances as if trying to look through her.
さあどうかな。旋風かもしれぬし、双剣かもしれぬ。いや、もしや弓かもしれんぞ、ランサ
ー。抜かせ、セイバ
ー。Somehow this conversation seems to be amusing him. The man called Lancer briefly lowers his spear. Looks as if he's saying he doesn't want to fight anymore. Huh? The girl seems puzzled by Lancer's move. But I know what his stance means. I remember the fight at school a few hours ago. It's the killer move that was supposed to have ended the battle.
ついでにもう一つ聞くがな。お互い初見だしよ。ここらで分けって気はないか。悪い話じゃないだろう。そら、あそこでほうけているお前のマスターは使い物にならんし、俺のマスターとて姿を晒せねえ大ふぬけときた。ここはお互い万全の状態になるまで勝負を持ち越した方が好ましいんだが。
断る。あなたはここで倒れろ、ランサ
ー。That's a bad bitch.
そうかよ。たく、こっちはもともと様子見が目的だったんだぜ。サーバントが出たとあっちゃ、長居する気はなかったんだが。
The air wavers. The surroundings appear to distort. Lancer lowers his stance. A chill creeps into the air. The same thing happened earlier. Magical energy rumbles as it forms a vortex at the tip of the spear.
Hog.
The girl raises her weapon and glares at her enemy. I don't need to speak up. She knows very well how dangerous the enemy is. She is the one confronting him.
じゃあな、その心臓もらい受ける。
The beast kicks the ground. Lancer appears in front of the girl so quickly he may as well have teleported. He takes his spear and aims at her feet. Even to me, this seems like a poor choice. I can't see any way an attack would be effective with the spear pointed at the ground in front of her feet. Apparently thinking the same thing, the girl leaps over the spear toward Lancer, intent on striking him down. But at that moment, his words alone radiate immense magical energy. The motherfucker say gay? Gay bold. The spear released from below angles toward the girl's heart. Her body hangs in the air. The blow sends her flying with a wide arc. She smashes heavily into the ground. She's bleeding. She'd been unscathed till now, but her heart is pierced, and she's bleeding profusely. I'm just as bewildered, but watching from afar may have given me a better perspective on how bizarre the attack was. The spear had been aimed at her feet, I'm sure of that. But just then, it changed direction, moving and stretching impossibly to pierce the girl's heart. And yet, the spear itself neither stretched nor changed direction. It seemed bizarrely as if the spear had been thrust into her chest from the beginning, almost naturally. It wasn't as simple as the spear changing its trajectory and piercing the heart. The spear didn't change its course, it altered truth to make that happen. That's fucked up. The moment he spoke those words and released the spear, the intent of piercing her heart had already been realized. Essentially, his attack reversed cause and effect. So he basically has fucking gold experience? No, that wouldn't be gold experience. It's more like King Crimson. Yeah, it's more King Crimson. The result of the attack piercing the victim's heart is predetermined, so the spear's trajectory, yeah, that's King Crimson. So the spear's trajectory is merely an afterthought to establish the facts. It's a demonic splinter that breaks through all defenses. The moment it determines the target, the spear pierces the heart every time it's used, without exception. How could anyone defeat such a completely insane attack? No matter what effort the target makes to evade, the spear will always pierce their heart. which makes it fatal. An accursed spear that always pierces the opponent when used. However, the girl evades by a hairbreadth. The spear did penetrate her, but it didn't hit anything vital. Her actions in evading the spear seemed even more impossible than the spear itself. The moment the spear was thrust, the girl turned in reverse direction with an incredible effort and will of strength, as if she knew what was going to happen. She's either incredibly lucky or had enough protection to dampen the spear's curse. Whatever it is, the girl managed to avoid the fatal blow, and so survived Lancer's ultimate attack. She didn't look like she's bleeding anymore. The girl tries to get her labor breathing under control. Although she had been losing a lot of blood, it stops seeping from her wound, and even the wound itself is closing up. So this is what a truly extraordinary person can do. I knew she wasn't normal, but she's more than outstanding. In terms of her skills in fighting against Lancer, in terms of the incredible amount of magical energy used for every attack, her body recovering on its own. It's recovering on its own. She's obviously superior to Lancer. That's only up until now. She may be healing even now, but her wounds are deep. If Lancer attacks now, she won't be able to defend herself. And yet, even though he's at an overwhelming advantage, Lancer doesn't move. He audibly grinds his teeth, and he glares at the girl. Gaybolg. I feel like I've heard this name before. I'm googling this. If I only get the page. It's a Celtic weapon. It's Cuchulainn. Okay, that's why I know it's Cuchulainn. Cuchulainn is one of the demons you can get in Shin Megami Tensei, and they have an attack called Gaybolg. That's why it looks familiar. His voice seems to rumble up from the ground itself.
Gaybolg. オウミはアイルランドの光の巫女か。
Lancer's expression darkens. His hostility dissipates and clicks his tongue in annoyance.
ドジったぜ。こいつを出すからには必殺でなけりゃやばいってのにな。まったく有名すぎるのも考え物だ。
The oppressive mood lightens. Lancer no longer seems to have any intent in attacking the wounded girl. He turns his back and he walks into the corner of the yard.
己の正体を知られた以上、どちらかが消えるまでやり合うのがサーバントのセオリーだが、あいにくうちの雇い主は臆病者でな。槍が交わされたのなら帰ってこいなんて抜かしやがる。
逃げるのか、ランサー。
ああ、追ってくるのなら構わんぞセイバー。ただし、その時は決死の覚悟を抱いてこい。
He lightly bounces off the ground. It's a wonder how agile he can be, but Lancer jumps effortlessly over the fence and disappears before anyone can stop him.
待て、ランサー!
The injured young girl turns and starts running in pursuit.
バカかあいつ!
I cross the yard as fast as I can. If I don't stop her, she'll go after him and maybe get herself killed. Turns out that I don't need to chase after her. She tries to jump over the wall, but the moment she crouches to jump, she doubles over and grabs her chest. I hurry over to check on her. Well, I intended to just approach and call out to her, but that went right out the window the moment I got near her. She is completely unbelievable. The shining silver armor she wears looks extremely heavy. The clothing she's wearing, dated as it is a bright, vivid blue. I'd never seen anything like it. No, her clothes are not what really enthralls me. She's absolutely beautiful. Her golden hair, illuminated by the moonlight, is extremely fine as spun gold. Her hair is graceful with a trace of innocence, and her smooth white skin all but glows in the moonlight. I'm speechless. Her beauty completely takes my breath away. Seeing a girl wounded in a fight made me absolutely furious. Okay? we're old-fashioned today. As I stand there gawking, the girl remains silent, her hand clamped over her chest. I manage to quit staring pretty quickly. She lifts her head and lets her hand fall from her chest, her pain seeming to have eased. She looks directly at me. I don't quite know how to respond to that gaze, but then I notice something. I thought you were watching the fight. The spear missed her heart, but it did pierce her chest, yet there's no outward sign of a wound. I've heard that there's a kind of healing magecraft, but she didn't seem to use anything like that. I think... I apologize if this is a spoiler for anyone who hasn't seen this game, but this is my first time playing it. I think Saber is based off of Arthurian legend, and I know Arthur has the scabbard that heals him, so that's probably what happened. There must be that must mean she can heal herself, no matter how wounded she is. My mind switches gears. I shouldn't be gawking at her. This girl is unbelievable, and I absolutely should not let my guard down around her until I know who she is and what's going on. I take half a step back as I ask the question.
何者も何もセーバーのサーバントです。あなたが私を呼び出したのですから、確認をするまでもないでしょう。
Now, I want to point out that Tosca had to use several magical jewels and had to wait until her peak condition. She didn't get her peak condition, but she wanted to wait till her peak condition in order to summon a servant. Bro just did this shit on accident. She had Tosca had like a whole entire like incantation and shit. Bro was just like, I don't want to die here.
Saberのサーバント。
はい。ですから私のことはセーバーと。
She says it so casually. There's a touch of contempt in her tone, but it remains mostly gentle, and hearing her voice makes my head go blank. Why the hell am I getting agitated?
そうか。変な名前だな。
Covered my burning face with a hand and responds stupidly, but honestly I didn't know what else to say. Besides, how else would she respond when I ask her what the hell she is? It'd be rude for me not to respond.
俺はシロ。エミやシロって言ってこの家の人間だ。
There's something wrong with me. I'm saying the dumbest things. But, well, she did give me her name. It's only polite I give mine. I know I'm confused, but it's still important to remain rational no matter who I'm dealing with. The girl, Saber, just keeps watching me in my confusion. She moves not an inch.
いや違う。今のはなしだ。聞きたいのはそういうことでなくて、つまりだな。
分かっています。あなたは正規のマスターではないのですね。
ね。
What?
しかし、それでもあなたは私のマスターです。契約を交わした以上、あなたを裏切りはしない。
Yeah, babe. I hear her, but I couldn't be more lost. The only thing standing out to me is that she keeps referring to me as Master.
それは違う。俺マスターなんて名前じゃないぞ。
それでは素人。ええ、私としてはこの発音の方が好ましい。
The moment she said my name, I thought my face might actually burst into flames. It's been more normal to call someone by their last name when you first meet. Well, she's fucking she's British. She's fucking British, isn't she?
ちょっと待て。なんだってそっちの方。
A strange sensation tingles through my left hand. The back of my hand is burning. A strange pattern appears on the back of my hand, like a tattoo.
それは霊樹と呼ばれるものです、シロ。私たちサーバントを律する3つの命令権であり、マスターとしての命でもある。むやみな使用は避けるように。
お前。
シロ、傷の治療を。
Eh? Her tone is cold now. Seems she's not focused on me, but something elsewhere.
待て。まさか俺に言ってるのか。悪いけど、そんな難しい魔術は知らないし、それにもう治ってるじゃないか、それ。
Saber frowns. I feel like I said something that disappointed her.
ではこのままで臨みます。 自動修復は外面を覆っただけですが、あと一度の戦闘ならば支障はないでしょう。
あと一度って何を？
Yeah, honestly, Saber's fucking cool. I'm not gonna lie.
外の敵は2人。この程度の重圧なら数秒で倒しうる相手です。
Saber leaps over the wall effortlessly. Just like Lancer, she makes it look easy. And now I'm just alone in the yard.
外に敵？
I realize what she means as soon as I say it.
ちょっと待て、まだ戦うっていうのか、お前。
I move without thinking. I run as fast as I can toward the gate. I reach the gate, unlock it with trembling fingers, and jump out.
サイバー、どこだ？
I strain to see in the darkness. Clouds have completely obscured the moon, leaving it pitch black. Now of all times. But here's something nearby.
そこか。
I run into an empty pathway. It happens all in an instant. I see a familiar man in red and Saber fighting. Saber rushes him and breaks through his guard in a single sweep. She easily cuts the man in red. Saber raises her arm, ready to... Before he's able to take his head, incredibly powerful magecraft causes him to vanish. Saber doesn't stop. She dashes right at the person standing behind the man in red, and effortlessly negates the potent magecraft they've unleashed. I knew she was strong, but this is just unreal. That was a sort of intervention magecraft way beyond anything I'm capable of. My old man might have been able to cast something like with a bit of weight to it, but I'm not even sure a first-rate mage could cast something so powerful at the drop of a hat like that. Even so, Saber nullifies the magecraft as if it were nothing. The enemy must be a mage, which means this match's outcome is decided. The mage's attack doesn't work on Saber, and Saber drives at them mercilessly. The mage falls backwards with a thud. The enemy miraculously dodges Saber's attack, but they can't move anymore. Saber corners the enemy and levels her invisible sword at them. My mind freezes. Maybe it's a momentary glimmer of moonlight, but I see that Saber is attacking a human. Can't tell who it is specifically, but the image of Saber killing someone, the blood staining her hands, suddenly fills my mind. Saber moves in. She's going to slit open their throat with an invisible sword. I scream as loud as I can. Her blade stops cold. It's probably for the best for my sanity that I can't see her sword. But the tip of that invisible sword isn't wet with their opponent's blood just yet. I glare at her as I speak. If I'm going to stop her, I need to prepare myself to give everything I've got to do so.
なぜ止めるのです、シロ。彼女はアーチャーのマスターです。ここで仕留めておかなければ。
No, Saber has absolutely no intention of stopping. She only stopped because I told her to, but she still holds the sword at the ready.
だから待てって。人のことをマスターだとか言ってるけど、こっちは点でわからないんだ。俺をそんな風に呼ぶんなら、少しは説明するのが筋ってもんだろう。
Saber doesn't answer. She just stands there staring at me.
順番が違うだろう、セイバー。俺はまだお前が何なのか知らない。けど話してくれるなら聞くから、そんなことはやめてくれ。
Saber is silent. Still holds her sword at the opponent and stares at me, her lips downturned in dissatisfaction.
そんなこととはどのようなことか。あなたはむやみに人を傷つけるな、などという理想論を挙げるのですか。
Don't needlessly harm another. Well, yeah, it's better to avoid conflict as much as possible, but I'm not so soft-hearted as to feel sorry for someone who's attacked me.
つまりあなたは敵であれ命を絶つなと言いたいのでしょう。そのような言葉には従いません。敵は倒すものです。それでもやめろというのであれば、令状を持って私を律しなさい。
いや、そんなことっていうのはお前のことだ。女の子が剣なんて振り回すもんじゃない。怪我をしてるならなおさらだろう。
I'm gonna let it slide because this game came out in like the fucking 90s or 2000s, but god, man.
で、そっか。本当に剣を持ってるかどうかはわからないんだっけ。いや、とにかくそういうのはダメだ。
In that moment, Saber's mouth falls open in stunned silence. I don't know how much time passes with her just standing there like that.
で、いつになったら剣を下げてくれるのかしらね、セイバーさんは。
The person who'd fallen to the ground speaks up out of nowhere. Saber instantly grips her sword.
諦めなさい。敵を前にして下げる剣はありません。
あなたのマスターは下げろって言ってるのに？セイバーとマーロンサーバントが主に逆らうって言うんだ。
Listen, man. You're allowed to defy orders if the orders are fucking stupid. Saber grits her teeth. But she lowers her sword, loosening her grip a bit. She must have put her sword away or something, because she seems suddenly much less hostile.
さ、なら立ってもいいのよね、私。
Whoever it was that's been on the ground firmly stands. They act brazen as they pat the dirt from their bottom. Wait a minute. That's...
お前、遠坂。
ええ。
I keep saying
こ
her
んば
name
ん
wrong.
は、エミヤ君。
Rin Tosaka replies with the biggest smile on her face. This is unbelievable. I don't know what to think anymore. The way she greets me so casually makes me question whether everything that just happened was even real.
いや、だから、さっきの魔術は遠坂が使ったってことだから、つまり。
魔術師ってことでしょ？まあ、お互い似たようなもんだし、隠す必要もないわよね。
Hearing her be so blunt about it makes me seem like an idiot here.
いいから、話は中でしましょう。どうせ何も分かってないんでしょ、エミヤ君は。
As she says that, she walks toward the entrance door to my house.
待て、遠坂。何考えてんだ、お前。
At that moment, when Tosaka turns around, her smile changes to something completely different.
バカね、いろいろ考えてるわよ。だから話をしようって言ってるんじゃない。エミヤ君、突然の事態に驚くのもいいけど、素直に認めないと命取りって時もあるのよ。ちなみに今がその時だと分かって。
She glares at me. I can see an actual animosity in her eyes.
分かればよろしい。それじゃあ行こっか。エミヤ君のお家にね。
Tosaka walks through the gate.
なんかすげえ怒ってるぞ、あいつ。
She did almost just die. Well, I don't blame her. Just a moment ago, she had a sword pointed at her, and she was about to die.
いや、それにしたって。
Maybe it's my imagination, but I think the Tosaka school and the one I see right now are completely different people. Tosaka at school. Yada. This is just weird as hell. Rin Tosaka, the most popular girl in school, the girl I admire, is walking in front of me, while a blonde girl named Saber, who calls herself a servant, is silently following behind me. The hallway feels like it's in a different dimension. But I can't stay in Tower forever. I may still be in the training, but I'm still a mage. Tosaka, who is apparently a fellow mage, is as bold as brass, so I have to hold my ground too, or else I'll look stupid. So I can't really think of anything all that significant here. Like Saber is still following me. She keeps calling me master, and we form some sort of contract, which probably makes her kind of a familiar. I've heard a familiar is an assistant mage she uses. Most mages transfer a part of their own body into something else, then use it as their double. But typically they're small animals. Things like cats and dogs are just easier to command. Some mages do use humans, but to do that they need an incredible amount of magical energy to constantly feed into the human to control them. Doing that would require a mage to use over half their own magical energy just to sustain a familiar though. So it's not exactly efficient. Familiars are supposed to be tools to help mages, which is why they usually use small animals that can be controlled with minimal effort, and so aren't any burden. Chat, if you had a familiar, what animal would it be? Assuming it would be an animal at all. At least that's what I thought, or I was taught.
何かあるのですか、シロ。
いや、なんでもない。
Saber obviously looks human, and she's clearly superior to her master, that is, me. I don't have enough magical energy to restrain someone, let alone magical circuits to control familiars in the first place. Which means Saber is nothing like a familiar. She called herself a serpent. I don't know what she is, but the man named Lancer and the man in red Tosaka has in tow are probably all the same. Which means the Tosaka can also be called our master. I've already seen enough of her magecraft skills. I'm less than a fledgling, but based on what I've seen, Tosaka's probably worth 3 mages, though there really not much sense of comparing any mage to someone like me who can only do strength. What's clear is that Ren Tosaka is an exceptional mage. In spiritually strong hands, there are mage family lines which oversee a given area. The Miya family came during Kiyotsugi's generation, so our family is essentially outsiders. That's why I didn't know Tosaka came from a family of mages, and I don't think Tosaka knew I came from one either. There are several mages in this town I don't know about. If that Lancer guy is another mage familiar too, that means I've gotten myself into the middle of some sort of fight between mages.
へえ、結構広いのね。和風っていうのも新鮮だな。あ、エミヤくん、そこが今
Should be ready to stop thinking now. Now's the time to pay attention to what Tosaka has to say. I turn on the lights. It's already past 1 in the morning.
あ、寒っ。何よ、窓ガラス全開してるじゃない。
仕方ないだろ。ランサーってやつに襲われたんだ。なりふり構ってられなかったんだよ。
ああ、そういうこと。じゃあセイバーを呼び出すまで一人であいつとやり合ってたの？
やり合ってなんかない。ただ一方的にやられただけだ。
変な見え張らないんだ。そっかそっか。ほんと見た目通りなんだ、エミヤくんって。
I don't know what's so amusing to her, but Tosaka walks over to the broken window. Eh? Tosaka picks up a broken piece of glass, stares at it for a second. She cuts her fingertip and lets a single blood fall into the window. What kind of magecraft is that? The shadow window begins reassembling itself, returning to its original undamaged state in mere seconds.
今の
ちょっとしたデモンストレーションよ。助けてもらったお礼にはならないけど、一応筋は通しておかないとね。もう私がやらなくともそっちで直したんだろうけど、こんなの魔力の無駄遣いでしょ。本当なら窓ガラスなんて取り替えれば済むけど、こんな寒い中で話すのもなんだし。
She says all of this like it's a normal thing. Her skills are just beyond my comprehension.
いや、すごいぞ遠坂。俺はそんなことできないからな。直してくれて感謝してる。
できないってそんなことないでしょ。ガラスの扱いなんて初歩の初歩だもの。たった数分前に割れたガラスの修復なんてどこの学派でも入門試験みたいなものでしょ。
そうなのか。俺は親父にしか教わったことがないから、そういう基本とか処方とか知らないんだ。
は？
Osaka stops abruptly. Crap, sounds like I said something I shouldn't have.
ちょっと待って。じゃあ何？エミヤ君は自分の工房の管理もできない半人前ってこと？
いや、工房なんて持ってないぞ、俺。
Well, actually, I have the shed I use for trading, but I think that's the workshop that would just kind of make Tosaka angrier.
まさかとは思うけど確認しとく。もしかしてあなた5大要素の扱いとかパスの作り方も知らない？
Those are definitely words you just said to me. Oh, that's terrifying. Beautiful as she is, she gets intense when she goes quiet.
何？じゃああなた素人？
そんなことないぞ。一応強化の魔術ぐらいは使える。
強化ってまた何とも半端なのを使うのね。 で、それ以外はからっきしってわけ？
Osaka just stares at me.
まあ端的に言えば多分。
Her stare is so intense I can't help but feel vague in my answer.
はあ、なんだってこんなやつにセイバーが呼び出されるのよ。まったく。
She sighs, disappointed. I don't much care for that. It's not like I've been playing around here. Sure, I'm not a full-fledged mage, but it's not like that's not the issue here.
まあいいわ。もう決まったことに不平をこぼしても始まらない。そんなことより今は借りを返さないと。
Osaka takes a breath.
それじゃあ話を始めるけど、エミヤくん、自分がどんな立場にあるのか分かってないでしょ。やっぱり。まあ一目で分かったけど、一応確認しとかないとね。知ってる相手に説明するなんて心の贅肉だし。
Hmm? That was a weird way to put that, but I feel like I get smarter with her. If I get smart with her, she'll smack me.
率直に言うと、エミヤくんはマスターに選ばれたの。どちらかの手に精魂があるでしょ。手の甲とか腕とか、個人差はあるけど、3つの霊樹が刻まれているはず。それがマスターとしての証よ。
手の甲って、あ、これか。
そう。それはサーバントを律する呪文でもあるから大切にね。霊樹って言うんだけど、それがある限りはサーバントを従えていられるわ。
ある限りってどういうことだよ。
霊樹は絶対命令権なの。サーバントには自由意志があるって気づいていると思うけど、それをねじ曲げて絶対に言いつけを守らせる呪文がその刻印。発動に呪文は必要なくて、あなたが霊樹を使用するって思えば発動するから。ただし1回使うたびに1つずつ減っていくから、使うのなら2回だけにとどめなさい。で、その霊樹がなくなったらエミヤくんは殺されるだろうから、せいぜい注意して。
ね、俺が殺される？
そうよ。マスターが他のマスターを倒すのが聖杯戦争の基本だから。そうして他の6人を倒したマスターには望みを叶える聖杯が与えられるの。
に？
Hold on a second. I don't understand what the hell Tosaka's saying. Masters defeating masters, and they're granted hold on. They're granted the Holy Grail. And is the Holy Grail the Holy Grail? Did we get the Berserker? We got Saber. Saber's kind of cool, actually. I really like her.
まだわからない？要するにね、あなたはあるゲームに巻き込まれたのよ。
I am curious about the Berserker, but I assume that the I don't know if she's a little girl, but I assume that the white-haired girl that called us Big Brother is the one who has the fucking Berserker. That motherfucker was huge in the opening.
聖杯戦争っていう7人のマスターの生存競争。他のマスターを一人残らず倒すまで終わらない魔術師同士の殺し合いに。
Tosaka talks about this like it's the most normal thing in the world. Everything she says swirls around in my head. I was chosen as a master. Tosaka claims to be a master. Familiars called servants, and the Holy Grail War, a battle to the death between 7 mages.
待て、なんだそれ。いきなり何言ってんだお前。
気持ちはわかるけど、私は事実を口にするだけよ。それにあなただって心の底では理解してるんじゃない？一度ならず二度までもサーバントに殺されかけて、自分はもう逃げられない立場なんだって。
That? True. That Lancer guy did nearly kill me.
あ、違うわね。殺されかけたんじゃなくて殺されたんだっけ。 よく生き返ったわね、エミヤくん。
Osaka's comment is the final nail in the coffin. She's absolutely right. The guy killed me. I died. There's no chance for me to talk him out of it, nor convince him otherwise, and I was only there to die. That's why me backing out of this incomprehensible deathmatch doesn't mean that others will do the same.
納得した？ならもう少しだけ話をしてあげる。聖杯戦争というのが何であるか私もよくは知らない。ただ何十年に一度7人のマスターが選ばれ、マスターにはそれぞれサーバントが与えられるってことだけは確かよ。私もマスターに選ばれた一人だから、サーバントと契約したし、あなただってセーバーと契約した。サーバントは聖杯戦争を勝ち残るために聖杯が与えた使い魔と考えなさい。で、マスターである私たちは自分のサーバントと協力して他のマスターを始末していくわけね。
Osaka explains things matter-of-factly, but it feels totally unreal to me. One thing she mentioned raises a question.
ちょっと待ってくれ。遠坂はセイバーを使い魔だって言うけど、俺にはそうは思えない。だって使い魔っていうのは猫とか鳥だろ。そりゃ人の幽霊を扱うやつもいるっていうけど、セイバーはちゃんと体がある。それにとても使い魔なんかに見えない。
Glance over at Saber. She's been quiet the whole time. Saber looks completely human to me. I don't know who she is, but she looks to be a girl about the same age as me.
使い魔ね。まあサーバントはその分類ではあるけど、位置づけは段違いよ。何しろそこにいる彼女はね、使い魔としては最強とされるゴーストライナーなんだから。
ゴーストライナー？じゃあやっぱり幽霊ってことか？
Spirit of a human, someone who died long ago. The residual thoughts of a person of exceptional ability who remains in this world even after their death. But that doesn't make sense. Ghosts don't possess a physical body. Ghosts can only hurt other ghosts. So how could I, who possesses a body, be killed by a spirit?
幽霊。似たようなものだけど、そんなもんと一緒にしたらセイバーに殺されるわよ。サーバントは受肉した過去の英雄、精霊に近い人間以上の存在なんだから。
はあ？受肉した過去の英雄？
そうよ。過去だろうが現代だろうが、とにかく死亡した伝説上の英雄をこう引っ張ってきてね、実体化させるのよ。まあ呼び出すまでがマスターの役割で、後の実体化は聖杯がしてくれるんだけどね。魂を形にするなんてのは一介の魔術師には不可能だもの。ここは強力なアーティファクトの力におんぶしてもらうってわけ。
ちょっと待て、過去の英雄って、
I'll look at Saber. So she's a hero of the past too? Well, sure, nobody in the modern era will dress like her, but still.
そんなの不可能だ。そんな魔術聞いたことがない。
当然よ。これは魔術じゃないもの。あくまで聖杯による現象と考えなさい。そうでなければ魂を再現して固定化するなんてできるはずがない。
魂の再現って、じゃあサーバントは幽霊とは違うのか？
違うわ。人間であれ動物であれ機械であれ、偉大な功績を残すと輪廻の輪から外されて一段階上に昇華するって話聞いたことない？
That's crazy.
英霊っていうのはそういう連中よ。要するに崇め立て祀られて疑似的な神様になった者たちなんでしょうね。高霊術とか口寄せとか、そういう一般的な霊を扱う魔術は彼らの力の一部を借り受けて奇跡を起こすでしょ。 けどこのサーバントっていうのは英霊本体を直接連れてきて使い魔にする。だから基本的には霊体としてそばにいるけど、必要とあらば実体化させて戦わせられるってわけ。
その霊体と実体を使い分けられるってことか。遠坂のサーバントは姿が見えないけど、今は霊体ってことか。
いえ、あいつはうちの召喚人で傷を癒している最中よ。さっきセイバーにやられたでしょ。あれだってあと少し強制撤去が遅かったら一撃で消滅してたわ。いい？サーバントを倒せるのは同じ霊体であるサーバントだけ。そりゃ相手が実体化していればこっちの攻撃も当たるから、うまくすれば倒せるかもしれないけど、サーバントはみんな怪物じみてるでしょ。だから怪物の相手は怪物に任せて、マスターは後方支援をするっていうのがセオリーね。
Osaka's explanation takes me I don't know what the other servants are like. Calling servants monsters doesn't feel like a fair description of Saber.
とにかくマスターになった人間は召喚したサーバントを使って他のマスターを倒さなければならない。そのあたりは理解できた？
言葉の上でなら。けど納得なんて言ってないぞ。
What are you convinced of, bro? You died.
そもそもそんな悪趣味なことを誰が何のために始めたんだ。
それは私が知るべきことでもないし、答えてあげることでもない。そのあたりはいずれちゃんと聖杯戦争を監督しているやつに聞きなさい。
What happened to her voice?
私が教えてあげられるのはね、あなたはもう戦うしかなくて、サーバントは強力な使い魔だからうまく使えってことだけよ。
As Tosaka says that, she turns to Saber.
さて、エミヤ君から話を聞いた限りじゃ、あなたは不完全な状態みたいね、セイバー。マスターとしての心得がない魔術師見習いに呼び出されたんだから。
ええ、あなたの言う通り、私は万全ではありません。シローには私を実体化させる魔力がないため、霊体に戻ることも魔力の回復も難しいでしょう。
驚いたわ。そこまでひどかったこともだけど、あなたが正直に話してくれるなんて思わなかった。どうやって弱みを聞き出そうかなって程度だったのに。
敵に弱点を見抜かれるのは不本意ですが、あなたの目は欺けそうにない。こちらの手札を隠しても意味はないでしょう。それならばあなたに知ってもらうことで、シローにより深く現状を理解してもらった方がいい。
正解。風格も十分と。もうますます惜しい。私がセイバーのマスターだったらこんな戦い勝ったも同然だったのに。
遠坂、それ俺がふさわしくないってことか？
当然でしょ、ヘッポコ。
Oh, anyone with a heart would have softened that blow a bit.
何？まだなんか質問があるの？
But she doesn't realize how hurtful her words are. My image of her as a perfect honor student in school slowly crumbles. He said she was right about her. She's fiendishly relentless.
さて、話がまとまったところでそろそろ行きましょうか。
Tosaka announces this currently, but it's kind of weird.
行くってどこへ？
だからあなたが巻き込まれたこのゲーム、聖杯戦争をよく知っているやつに会いに行くの。エミヤ君、聖杯戦争の理由について
Didn't
知り
we
たい
have
んで
broken
しょ？
bones like a scene ago?
それは当然だけど、それってどこだよ？もうこんな時間なんだし、あんまり遠いのは。
大丈夫、隣町だから急げば夜明けまでには帰ってこれるわ。それに明日は日曜なんだから別に夜更かししてもいいじゃない。
いや、そういう問題じゃなくて。
So much has happened today, and I'm utterly exhausted. I just want to rest and organize my thoughts.
何？行かないの？もうエミヤ君がそう言うんならいいけど、セイバーは？
For some reason, Tosaka is asking Saber's opinion.
ちょっと待て、セイバーは関係ないだろう。あんまり無理強いするな。
もうマスターとしての自覚はあるんだ。私がセイバーと話すのは嫌？
そんなことあるか。ただ遠坂の言うのが本当ならセイバーは昔の英雄なんだろ。ならこんな現代に呼び出されて右も左もわからないはずだ。だから
シロ、それは違う。サーバントは人間の世であるのならあらゆる時代に適応します。ですからこの時代のこともよく知っている。
知ってるって本当に？
もちろん。この時代に呼び出されたのも一度ではありませんから。
嘘。どんな確率よそれ。
Oh, Tosaka's surprised too. That must mean what Saber said is at least somewhat unusual.
シロ、私は彼女に賛成です。あなたはマスターとして知識がなさすぎる。あなたと契約したサーバントとしてシロには強くなってもらわなければ困ります。
Real quick, we're kind of in the thick of it. I just wanted to point out that if Shiro has absolutely no magical talent whatsoever and still summons Saber in an incomplete form, that means Lancer is like just not comparable to Saber at all. I'm just saying, like, and then on top of that, Archer got fucked up in 2 swings. Saber suddenly stares at me. The look on her face tells me she's saying this all for my sake, not for her own safety.
わかった。行けばいいんだろ。行けば。
Again, do we have broken bones like a scene ago?
それってどこなんだ、遠坂。ちゃんと帰ってこれる場所なんだろうな。
もちろん。行き先は隣町の琴峰教会。そこがこの戦いを監督してるエセ神父の居所よ。
Osaka flashes a mischievous grin. It looks as if someone is enjoying teasing me since I have no clue what's going on. At least that's what I think. I'm starting to believe Sasaka has a really nasty side. Sorry, I'm writing timestamps down. Seems like a good place to write a timestamp. Okay. Walk through the town at night. It's 1 in the morning and there's nobody out at this hour. The houses are dark and the sleepy town is cast in the streetlight's pale glow.
まあ、遠坂。つかのことを聞くけど、歩いて隣町まで行く気なのか？
そうよ。だって電車もバスも終わってるでしょ。いいんじゃない？たまには夜の散歩っていうのも。
そうか。一応聞くけど、隣町までどのくらいかかるか知ってるか？
歩いてだと1時間ぐらいかしらね。まあ、遅くなったら帰りはタクシーでも拾えばいいでしょ。
そんな余分な金は使わないし、俺が言いたいのは、女の子が夜出歩くのはどうかってことだ。最近物騒なのは知ってるだろ？もしものことがあったら責任持てないぞ、俺。
See, this is the pretentious attitude I was talking about. Like, he's been utterly useless for the past, like, 3 hours. He's like, oh, I don't want to be responsible if something happens to you. Bro, she can, even if she can't, like, fight, she has better magecraft than you, and she has Archer to protect her. The only thing that's really a problem here is you attacking her because of Saber.
安心しなさい。相手がどんなやつだろうとちょっかいなんて出してこないわ。エミヤ君は忘れ。
Oops. Now that she mentions it, if anyone picks a fight with Saber, they're dead for sure.
リン、 シロは今何を言いたかったのでしょう。私には理解できなかったのですが。
いや、大した勘違いっぷりっていうか、大間抜けっていうか。なんでも私たちが痴漢に襲われたらエミヤくんが助けてくれるんだって。
そんな、シロは私のマスターだ。それでは立場が逆ではないですか。
Like, they're trying to paint it, it's like he's like a good person, he wants to be a hero and all of that, but it just kind of comes off to me as pretentious, honestly.
そういうの考えてないんじゃない？魔術師とかサーバントとかどうでもいいって感じ。あいつの頭の中、一度見てみたくなったわね。
Like, it comes off as you can't do anything, I can do everything though. That's what it comes off to me as. But maybe I just have a lot of pride, who knows? Osaka and Saber seem to be on good enough terms to chat now. Saber's been quiet ever since I stopped her from leaving the house as she was. She flatly refused to take off her armor, so I made her wear a raincoat that's been, and she's been quiet ever since. That she's following me around and only speaks to Tosaka.
あれ？どっちに行くのよ、エミヤくん。そっち、道が違うんじゃない？
橋に出ればいいんだろ。ならこっちのが近道だ。
I feel a little awkward walking right beside her, so I walked a little faster and took a side path. We enter a park along the riverside. All we need to do is cross the bridge to reach Shinto.
へえ、こんな道あったんだ。そっか、橋には公園からでも行けるんだから、公園を目指せばいいのね。
Maybe it's the park at night. Tosaka, as she stands there, standing up by the bridge, looks prettier than when I see her at school. This is not good.
いいから行くぞ。別に遊びに来たわけじゃないんだから。
I remind Tosaka to hurry and start climbing the stairs. Once we reach the road at the side of the bridge, it's just a straight shot to Shinto. There's nobody on the bridge. It's not surprising that since this bridge isn't exactly busy even during the day, people tend to take the bus or train to get to the next town, so the pedestrian bridge doesn't see much use. It's a pretty good distance, and the bridge itself seems a little unsteady, so people might worry if it collapsed at any time. It could collapse at any time. Probably why this isn't a very popular spot for dates, even though the location and ambience are perfect.
バカらしい。何考えてんだ俺。
Saber follows silently while Rin walks beside me. You stop calling her Tosaka. I hurry across the bridge as fast as I can and try not to think too much about the two girls with me. Once we cross the bridge, Tosaka leads us to the suburbs. The office buildings near the station only come into mind when I think of Shinto, but there's still a traditional townscape on the outskirts. The suburbs are especially prominent in that sense. There are gentle slopes and a hill that overlooks the ocean. The further up the hill you go, the fewer buildings there are, and there is even a foreigner's cemetery built along the hillside.
この上が教会よ。エミヤくんも一度ぐらいは行ったことがあるんじゃない？
いや、ない。あそこが孤児院だったってことぐらいは知ってるけど。
That's quite the change. It was an orphanage that turned into a church.
そう。なら今日が初めてか。じゃあ少し気を引き締めた方がいいわ。あそこの神父は一筋縄じゃいかないから。
Isn't it Homeboy's dad? I look up and see a shadow that must have been on the building on top of the hill. I church atop a hill. I never imagined a circumstance like this is what would bring me to God's house.
すごいなこれ。
It's a regular ass church. Maybe they just don't have a lot of churches in Japan. The church is magnificent. The whole hilltop seems to be church grounds, and I'm greeted by a huge open space the moment I reach the top of the hill. The church itself is just a regular ass church. I'm more impressed with the courtyard or whatever this is. Church at the other side of the vast open space isn't all that big. It seems to loom over everything, intimidating any visitors.
シロ、私はここに残ります。
No, not a fan of God?
なんでだよ。ここまで来たのに、セイバーだけ置いてけぼりなんてできないだろ
私は教会に来たのではなく、シロを守るためについてきたのです。シロの目的地が教会であるのなら、これ以上遠くには行かないでしょう。ですから、ここで帰りを待つことにします。
Okay, but why are you so reluctant to go in? Saber is frank in her response. I can't see her her budging at this point, so I decided to respect her decision.
う。わかった。それじゃあ行ってくる。
はい。誰であろうと気を許さないように、マスター。
The chapel is large and majestic. You must see many visitors during the day based on the number of pews in the chapel. The priest must have incredible authority if he's responsible for a church as great as this one. God, I'm having flashbacks. This church looks like a church. I hate it.
トサカ、ここの神父さんっていうのはどんな人なんだ？
どんな人かって説明するのは難しいわね。10年来の知人だけど、私だって未だにあいつの性格はつかめないもの。
10年来の知人？それはまた随分と年季が入った関係だな。
親戚じゃないけど私の後見人よ。ついでに言うと兄弟子にして第二の師っていうところ。
兄弟子って魔術師としての兄弟子？
そうだけど、なんで驚くのよそこで。
だって神父さんなんだろ？神父さんが魔術なんてそんなのご法度じゃないか。
Mages and churches have never mixed well. Mages belong to a large organization called the Mages Association, but there's also a hidden group operating in the shadows of most of the widespread religion, not one normal people would ever hear about or want to get involved with, known as the Holy Church. Okay? Why are we pretending like Christianity is just like a very niche and unknown religion? The two have nothing in common. They have sort of a surface alliance, but they're constantly trying to kill each other given half a chance. The church loathes heretics. They're out to eliminate anything inhuman in the world, including users of magecraft. In the church's eyes, only saints are permitted to perform miracles. All other human miracles are heresy. There are no exceptions, even those within the church. The higher the position one is in within the church, the more they are forbidden from the impurity of magecraft. It goes without saying that the more blessings someone receives from God, especially someone who is in charge of a church like this, the further the distance they should take from magecraft. Okay, well then my question now is what the difference between a blessing from God and magecraft is. Like, how do you discern the difference?
いや、そもそもここの神父さんってこっち側の人だったのか。
ええ、聖杯戦争の監督役を任されたやつだもの。バリッバリの大公社よ。まあ、最も神のご加護があるかどうかは疑問だけど。
Sasaka's footsteps echo as she walks towards the altar. I'm not sure whether you're supposed to be walking around here without a priest, but it's pretty late. The priest wouldn't be in the chapel at this hour. I guess he'd be up in his private room out back.
んで、その神父さんはなんて言うんだ？さっきは琴峰とかなんとか言ってたけど。
名前は琴峰綺麗。父さんの教え子でね。もう10年以上顔を合わせてる腐れ縁よ。まあ、できれば知り合いたくなかったけど。
同感だ。私も死を敬わぬ弟子など持ちたくはなかった。
I hear footsteps. A man slowly emerges from the far side of the altar. He must have noticed them when we entered the chapel.
再三の呼び出しにも応じぬと思えば、変わった客を連れてきたな。彼が7人目というわけか、リン。
そう。一応魔術師だけど、中身は点で素人だから見てられなくって。確かマスターになったものは、ここに届けを出すのが決まりだったわよね。あんたたちが勝手に決めたルールだけど、今回は守ってあげる。
それは結構。なるほど。
I know this dude's voice. I don't know where from.
感謝しなくてはな。
The priest slowly looks me over. I unconsciously step back. I'm not afraid, and I don't sense any hostility from this priest. But the way he carries himself, he just gives off this indescribable aura of intimidation.
私はこの教会を任されている琴峰綺麗というものだが、君の名は何というのかな。7人目のマスターよ。
エミやシロ。けど俺はまだマスターなんてものになった覚えはないからな。
I brace myself, glaring at the priest as to not buckle under the intimidating presence.
エミやシロ。
That intimidating aura grows chilly. The priest smiles as if pleased. The smile of his. Can't explain it, but it makes me...
礼を言うエミヤ。よくリンを連れてきてくれた。君がいなければあれは最後までここには訪れなかったろう。
The priest makes his way to the altar. Tosaka, on the other hand, just looks bored as she moves away from the altar and comes to stand next to me.
では始めよう。エミヤシロ。君はセイバーのマスターで間違いはないか。
それは違う。確かに俺はセイバーと契約した。けどマスターとか聖杯戦争とかそんなことを言われても俺には点でわからない。マスターっていうのがちゃんとした魔術師がなるものなら他にマスターを選び直した方がいい。
なるほど。これは重症だ。彼は本当に何も知らないのか、リン。
だから素人だって言ったじゃない。そのあたりからしつけてあげて。そういう追い込み得意でしょ、あんた。
Tosaka practically pawns me off on the priest, still looking bored.
ほう。これはそういうことか。よかろう。お前が私を頼ったのはこれが初めてだ。エミやシローには感謝をしてもし足りないな。
The more I hear them talk, the more uneasy I get.
まず君の勘違いを正そう。いいか、エミやシロー。マスターというものは他人に譲れるものではないし、なってしまった以上やめられるものでもない。その腕に令旨を刻まれた者はたとえ何者であろうとマスターを辞めることはできん。まずはその事実を受け入れろ。
辞めることはできないってどうしてだよ。
令旨とは聖魂でもある。マスターとは与えられた試練だ。都合が悪いからといって放棄することはできん。その痛みからは聖杯を手に入れるまでは解放されない。お前がマスターを辞めたいというのであれば、聖杯を手に入れ斧が望みを叶えるより他はあるまい。そうなれば何もかもが元通りだぞ、エミヤシロ。お前の望み、その内に溜まった泥を全てかき出すこともできる。そうだ、初めからやり直すこととて可能だろうよ。故に望むがいい。もしその時が来るのなら、君はマスターに選ばれた幸運に感謝するのだからな。その目に見えぬ火傷の跡を消したいのならば、聖魂を受け入れるだけでいい。
I feel faint. Priest's words don't make any sense. The more I listen, the more I'm confused. Yet his words permeate in my mind, staining me like blood.
綺麗、回りくどい真似はしないで。私は彼にルールを説明してあげてって言ったのよ。誰も傷を開けなんて言ってない。
Her voice interrupts the priest's words.
遠坂。
My confused mind snaps back.
そうか。こういった手合いには何を言っても無駄だからな。せめて勘違いしたまま道徳を拭い去ってやろうと思ったのだが情けは人のためならずとはよく言ったものだ。つい私自身も楽しんでしまったか。
何よ、彼を助けるといいことあるっていうの？あんたに。
あるとも。人を助けるということはいずれ自身を救うということだからな。と今さらお前に説いても始まるまい。では本題に戻ろうか、エミヤシロ。君が巻き込まれたこの戦いは聖杯戦争と呼ばれるものだ。7人のマスターが7人のサーバントを用いて繰り広げる争奪戦ということぐらいはリンから聞いているか？
聞いてる。7人のマスターで殺し合うっていうふざけた話だろ。
そうだ。だが我らとて好きでこのような非道を行っているわけではない。全てが聖杯を得るにふさわしいものを選抜するための儀式だ。何しろ物が物だからな。所有者の選定にはいくつかの試練が必要だ。
The hell with trials? I bet this priest doesn't think of the Holy Grail War as a trial at all.
待てよ。さっきから聖杯聖杯って繰り返してるけど、それって一体何なんだ？まさか本当にあの聖杯だって言うんじゃないだろうな。
The Holy Grail, the goblet said to have received the blood of a saint. It is considered to be one of the greatest sacred relics of all time and is said to perform a variety of miracles. One of the most widely held beliefs is that whoever holds the Holy Grail can possess the entire world, but that seems kind of unlikely since the Holy Grail itself probably doesn't even exist. Stories of a Holy Grail that can grant any wish appear in numerous myths and legends around the world, but that's about it. A mythical power that none claim have ever actually existed or been replicated, that is the Holy Grail.
どうなんだ、琴峰綺麗。あんたの言う聖杯は本当に聖杯なのか？
もちろんだとも。この町に現れる聖杯は本物だ。その証拠の一つとしてサーバントなどという法外な奇跡が起きているだろう。過去の英霊を呼び出し刺激する。いいな。すでに死者の蘇生に近いこの奇跡は魔法と言える。これだけの力を持つ聖杯ならば持ち主に無限の力を与えよう。物の心眼などその事実の前には無価値だ。
What he's saying is that as long as the object possesses power that surpasses the real thing, it doesn't matter whether it's real or fake. I mean, that's true.
いいぜ。仮に聖杯があるとする。けど、ならなんだって聖杯戦争なんてものをさせるんだ。聖杯があるんなら殺し合うことなんてない。それだけすごいものならみんなで分ければいいだろ
う。もっともな意見だが、そんな自由は我々にはない。聖杯を手にする者はただ一人。それは私たちが決めたのではなく、聖杯自体が決めたことだ。7人のマスターを選ぶのも7人のサーバントを呼び出すのも全ては聖杯自体が行うこと。これは儀式だと言っただろう。聖杯は自らを持つにふさわしい人間を選び、彼らを競わせてただ一人の持ち主を選定する。それが聖杯戦争。聖杯に選ばれ手に入れるために殺し合う恒例儀式というわけだ。
He's so matter of fact about it all. I have no response, so I just stare at my left hand. There's an inscription on my left hand, a mark these two call a command spell. As long as I have this mark, I'm told I can't quit being a master.
う。納得いかないな。一人だけしか選ばれないにしたって 他のマスターを殺すしかないっていうのは気に食わない。
ちょっと待って、殺すしかないっていうのは誤解よ、ヘミヤ君。別にマスターを殺す必要はないんだから。
はあ？だって殺し合いだって言ったじゃないか。琴峰もそう言ってたぞ。
It's true, that was said.
殺し合いだ。
綺麗は黙ってて。あのね、この町に伝わる聖杯っていうのは霊体なの。だから物としてあるわけじゃなくて、特別な儀式で呼び出す。つまり降霊するしかないってわけで、呼び出すことは私たち魔術師だけでもできるんだけど、これが霊体である以上私たちには触れられない。この意味わかる？
わかる。霊体には霊体しか触れられないんだろ。ああ、だからサーバントが必要なのか。
そういうこと。ぶっちゃけた話、聖杯戦争っていうのは自分のサーバント以外のサーバントを撤去させるってことよ。だからマスターを殺さなければならないという決まりはないの。
Why didn't they tell me that earlier? Honestly, Tosaka and the priest both are pretty wicked. But that's a relief. It means Tosaka won't have to die even if I do join the Holy Grail War.
なるほど、そういう考えもできるか。ではエミヤシロ、一つ尋ねるが、君は自分のサーバントを倒せると思うか？
Defeat Saber? Of course not. That's crazy talk. That's wacky nonsense. Says Magecraft is useless against her. She's insanely strong with her sword.
ではもう一つ尋ねよう。つまらぬ問いだが、君は自分がサーバントより優れていると思えるか？
Why the hell is he asking about this? Can't beat Saber, so there's no way I'm better than her. My answer to both of these questions is that I'm weaker than my servant.
そういうことだ。サーバントはサーバントをもってしても破りがたい。ならばどうするか。そら、実に単純な話だろう。サーバントはマスターがいなければ存在できぬ。いかにサーバントが強力であろうと、マスターが潰されれば、そのサーバントを
The easiest way is to kill the Master. Got it. なるほど。Nobody would make things harder for themselves. If someone wanted to make sure they won, killing a master would be the much easier path.
ああ、サーバントを消すためにはマスターを倒した方が早いってのは分かった。けどそれじゃ逆にサーバントが先にやられたらマスターはマスターでなくなるのか。聖杯に触れられるのはサーバントだけなんだろう。ならサーバントを失ったマスターには価値がない。
いや、霊樹がある限りマスターの権利は残る。マスターとはサーバントと契約できる魔術師のことだ。霊樹があるうちはいくらでもサーバントと契約できる。
Well, that means they kind of have to die
マスター
then.
を失ったサーバントはすぐに消えるわけではない。彼らは体内の魔力が尽きるまでは現世にとどまれる。そういったマスターを失ったサーバントがいれば、サーバントを失ったマスターとて再契約が可能となる。戦線復帰ができるというわけだ。だからこそマスターはマスターを殺すのだ。下手に生かしておけば新たな障害になる可能性があるからな。
じゃあ霊樹を使い切ったら？そうすれば他のサーバントと契約できないし、自由になったサーバントも
You just re-up the command spell
他のマスター
then?
とくっつくだろう。
待って、それは。
それはその通りだ。霊樹さえ使い切ってしまえば、マスター
Then
の
they just
責
become a
務
master
から
again?
は解放されるな。もっとも、強力な魔術を行える霊樹を無駄に使うなどという魔術師がいるとは思えないが、いたとしたらそいつは半人前どころか ただのふぬけということだろう。
Followed out. The priest laughs as if he can see right through me. This is starting to get to me. The priest's tone is provoking.
納得がいったか。ならばルールの説明はここまでだ。さて、それでは初めに戻ろうエミヤシロ。君はマスターになったつもりはないと言ったが、それは今でも同じなのか。マスターを放棄するというのならそれもよかろう。君が今考えた通り、レイジを使い切ってセーバーとの契約を立てばよい。その場合、聖杯戦争が終わるまで君の安全は私が保証する。
ちょっと待った。なんだってあんたに安全を保証されなくちゃいけないんだ。
No, you can't.
自分の身ぐらい自分で守る。
私とてお前に構うほど暇ではない。だがこれも決まりでな。私は繰り返される聖杯戦争を監督するために派遣された。故に聖杯戦争による犠牲は最小限にとどめなくてはならないのだ。マスターで亡くなった魔術師を保護するのは監督役として最優先事項なのだよ。
繰り返される聖杯戦争。
Hold on. It repeats? Does it mean a battle like this has happened before? Yes. Did you not glean that from fucking
それ
Saber?
どういうことだよ。聖杯戦争っていうのは今に始まったことじゃないのか。
無論だ。でなければ監督役などというものが派遣されると思うか。この教会は聖遺物を回収する任を帯びる特務局の末端でな。本来は聖十字の調査回収を旨とするが、ここでは聖杯の査定の任を帯びている。極東の地に観測された第726聖杯を調査し、これが正しいものであるのなら回収し、そうでなければ否定しろとな。
726って聖杯ってのはそんなにたくさんあるのか。
But you should be asking this how many times, how often does it happen?
少なくともらしきものならばそれだけの数があったということだろう。そしてその中の一つがこの町で観測される聖杯であり、聖杯戦争だ。記録では200年ほど前が一度目の戦いになっている。以後約50年周期でマスターたちの戦いは繰り返されている。
Okay.
聖杯戦争はこれで5度目。前回が10年前であるから今までで最短のサイクルということになるが。
正気かお前ら。こんなことを今まで4度も続けてきたって。
まったく同感だ。お前の言う通り、連中はこんなことを何度も繰り返してきたのだよ。そう。過去繰り返された聖杯戦争はことごとく苛烈を極めてきた。マスターたちは斧が欲望に突き動かされ、魔術師としての教えを忘れ、ただ無差別に殺し合いを行った。君も知っていると思うが、魔術師にとって魔術を一般社会で使用することは第一の罪悪だ。魔術師は斧が正体を人々に知られてはならないのだからな。だが過去のマスターたちはそれを破った。魔術協会は彼らを戒めるために監督役を派遣したが、それが間に合ったのは3度目の聖杯戦争でな。その時に派遣されたのが私の父というわけだが、納得がいったか少年。
ああ、監督役が必要な理由は分かった。けど今の話からするとこの聖杯戦争っていうのはとんでもなくタチが悪いものなんじゃないのか。
ほう、タチが悪いとはどのあたりだ。
だって以前のマスターたちは魔術師のルールを破るような奴らだったんだろ。 なら仮に聖杯があるとして、最後まで勝ち残ったやつが聖杯を私利私欲で使うようなやつだったらどうする？平気で人を殺すようなやつにそんなものが渡ったらまずいだろう。魔術師を監視するのが教会の仕事なら、あんたはそういうやつを罰するべきじゃないのか。
I'm hoping to finally confuse him with this question. But as I figured, Kotomine just laughs condescendingly.
まさか私利私欲で動かぬ魔術師などおるまい。我々が管理するのは聖杯戦争の決まりだけだ。その後のことなど知らん。
All of y'all are a bunch of assholes is what I'm hearing.
を手に入れようが、
All of y'all fucking
教会は
suck.
関与しない。
そんなバカな。じゃあ聖杯を手に入れたマスターが最悪なやつだったらどうするんだよ。
困るな。だが私たちではどうしようもない。持ち主を選ぶのは聖杯だ。そして聖杯に選ばれたマスターを止める力など私たちにはない。何しろ望みを叶える杯だ。手に入れたものはやりたい放題だろうさ。
So we're all submitting to absolute power, basically.
それが嫌だというのなら、お前が勝ち残ればいい。他人を当てにするよりは、その方が何よりも確実だろう。
Kotomine is clearly trying to suppress his laughter. It's like he's enjoying watching my awkward resistance to becoming a master.
どうした少年。今のはいいアイデアだと思うのだが、参考にする気はないのかな。
そんなの余計なお世話だ。第一、俺には戦う理由がない。聖杯なんてものに興味はないし、マスターなんて言われても実感が湧かない。
It's not even like he's all that capable either.
では聖杯を手に入れた人間が何をするか、それによって最悪が起きたとしても、
He's very good at playing the game.
それは。
I can't argue. Damn, this guy's just so hard to deal with. He's very good at playing the game. He doesn't care about my feelings, and he's relentless with the information he pushes on me.
理由がないのならそれも結構。ならば、10年前の出来事にも、お前は関心を持たないのだな。
10年前。
そうだ。前回の聖杯戦争の最後にな。ふさわしくないマスターが聖杯に触れた。そのマスターが何を望んでいたかは知らん。我々にわかるのは、その時に残された災害の爪痕だけだ。
For a second, the image of that hell flashes before my eyes.
待ってくれ。まさか、それは。
そうだ。この町に住む者なら誰もが知っている出来事だよ。エミやシロ。死傷者500名。焼け落ちた建物は実に134棟。未だもって原因不明とされるあの火災こそが聖杯戦争による爪痕だ。
I feel sick. My vision blurs. I lose my focus and I can't concentrate. My legs are about to buckle. Before that can happen, I pull at my feet. I grit my teeth to maintain my composure. Raw, seething anger is the only thing holding my nausea at bay.
エミヤ君どうしたのよ。いきなり顔面真っ白にしちゃって。そりゃあんまり気持ちのいい話じゃなかったけど、ほら、なんなら少し休んだりする？
I must have really looked pale. I know it's rare for someone like Tosaka to be concerned about the likes of me.
心配無用だ。遠坂の変な顔を見たら治った。
ちょっと、それどういう意味よ？
いや、対はないんだ。言葉通りの意味だから気にするな。
ならいいけど、
余計に悪いじゃない、このド変僕。
The school honor student Rindu-saka smacks me beside the head. And just like that, my nausea and anger disappear.
サンキュー。本当に助かったからあんまりいじめないでくれ、遠坂。今はもう少し聞かなくちゃいけないことがある。
Something in her expression suggests she thinks she hasn't hit me enough, but she lets me continue anyway.
ほう、まだ質問があるのか。いいぞ。言いたいことは全て言ってしまえ。
It's gonna bother me. I know I haven't looked it up because I'm trying to like place it in my mind. I know this man's voice. I'm sure he knows exactly what I want to ask, but he urges me on anyway. Fine by me. I'm not letting him get the better of me. You already have.
あんた、聖杯戦争は今回が5回目だって言ったな。なら、今まで聖杯を手に入れた奴はいるのか？
当然だろう。そう毎回全滅などという決めは起きん。
じゃあ。
早まるな。手に入れるだけならば簡単だ。何しろ聖杯自体はこの教会で管理している。手に取るだけならば私は毎日触れているぞ。
The Holy Grail's here in the church?
もっともそれは器だけだ。中身が空なのだよ。先ほどリンが言っただろう。聖杯とは霊体だと。この教会に保管してあるのは極めて精巧に作られた聖杯のレプリカだ。これを触媒にして本物の聖杯を降霊させ、願いを叶える杯にする。そうだな。マスターとサーバントの関係に近いか。なあ、そうやって一時的に本物となった聖杯を手にした男は確かにいた。
じゃあ聖杯は本物だったのか？あ、いや、手にしたっていうそいつは一体どうなったんだ？
Yeah, that was only 10 years ago.
どうにもならん。その聖杯は完成には至らなかった。バカな男がつまらぬ干渉に流された結果だよ。
What? I don't know what happened to his overbearing attitude for a moment before, but the priest suddenly looks, of all things, regretful.
どういうことだ？聖杯は現れたんじゃないのか？
He does have like a very evil sounding voice.
7人のサーバントが揃い、時間が経てば聖杯は現れる。リンの言う通り、確かに他のマスターを殺める必要などないのだ。だがそれでは聖杯は完成しない。あれは自らを得るにふさわしい持ち主を選ぶ。故に戦いを回避した男には聖杯など手に入らなかった。
あ、要するに他のマスターと決着をつけずに聖杯を手に入れても無意味ってことでしょ？前回一番初めに聖杯を手に入れたマスターはアマちゃんだったのよ。敵のマスターとは戦いたくないなんて言って聖杯から逃げたんだから。
What his stand power is? Oh man. He has the presence of being something completely fucking broken, right? Like just overwhelming power just from his voice alone. Wait, is it Bad Company? Is it Keijo? No, it's not. I like the stand Bad Company. I haven't seen part 4 in long enough to where I don't remember even what Keijo sounds like. That motherfucker dies immediately. I actually don't know, but I've heard this guy's voice before. That's what I'm saying! I know his voice. I have no idea where from though. Tosaka almost spits the words, then goes back to averting her eyes from Kotomine. What? His name's Kotomine. Alright, hold on. I'm Googling it now. He's played by Itachi in the English. It's Soul! It's Soul motherfucking bad guy. That's why I know his voice. It's Soul bad guy. Soul's in fucking River City Girls? Volcanic Viper! Still a big muscle dude? Indeed. Gunflame! He's also Sojiro in Persona 5. And he's fucking Zavik in the Japanese dub of Sonic. Gunflame! Trying to see if he's done anything else he's done. I didn't play the game in Japanese, but he's also Gileath Osborne in fucking the Trails of Cold Steel series. He's Poochie. It's in the Eyes of Heaven video game. I don't know if he actually did it in the anime, but he's Poochie. I haven't seen part 6, not yet, but I did read the manga. Yeah, the current voice actor of Poochie is not this guy, but in the Eyes of Heaven video game, this guy was Poochie. But I know him mostly as Soul bad guy. Volcanic Viper. Does that mean Kotomine was one of the masters from the previous war, and even though he obtained the Holy Grail, he dropped out because he refused to fight?
あんた戦わなかったのか。
途中まで戦いはした。だが判断を間違えた。結果として私は空の聖杯を手にしただけだ。
Wait, so is it his fault the fucking fire shit happened?
もっとも、私ではそれが限界だったろう。何しろ他のマスターたちは。 どいつもこいつも化け物揃いだった。
No, it's not. No, it's not. He just fucked up the wrong way. Got it.
サーバントを失い、そのまま父に保護されたよ。思えば、監督役の息子がマスターに選ばれるなど、その時点であってはならぬことだったのだ。父はその折に亡くなった。以後、私は監督役を引き継ぎ、この教会で聖杯を守っている。
Kotomine turns his back to me as he speaks. There's a reverence in his voice, and I see the devotion in his eyes before he turns.
話はここまでだ。聖杯を手にする資格がある者は、サーバントを従えたマスターのみ。君たち7人が最後の一人となった時、聖杯はおのずと勝者のもとに現れよう。その戦い。 聖杯戦争に参加するかの意思を。
We don't really have a choice. The priest looks straight down at me, demanding my final decision. I'm at a loss for words. Earlier, I had no reason to fight. Now I have a reason and a will to fight. But can I truly say as much?
まだ迷っているのか。いいか。マスターというものはなろうとしてなれるものではない。そこにいるリンは長く魔術師として修練してきたが、だからといってマスターになるのが決定されていたわけではないのだ。決定されていたものがあるとすれば、それは心構えができていたかいないかだけだろう。マスターに選ばれるのは魔術師だけだ。魔術師ならばとうに覚悟などできていよう。それがないというのならば仕方があるまい。お前もお前を育てた師も出来損ないだ。そんな魔術師に戦われても迷惑だからな。今ここで霊樹を消してしまえ。
He doesn't need to ask anything else. Alright. Y'all know what's about to happen. I gotta do it for the content. Just writing it down so I don't have to do it later. I gotta do it for the content. Fight? You want me to fight? Nah, fuck that. I'm going home. I can't go along with this. A gruesome battle to the death is just wrong.
どうした？戦うか戦わないのか。ここで明言しろ、エミヤシロ。
Yeah, he doesn't need to ask anymore.
戦わない。マスターの権利とやらをここで捨てる。
I'm looking through the priest's eyes as I answer.
そうか。残念ではあるが、マスター本人の意志では仕方がない。エミヤシロはマスターである権利を放棄し、聖杯戦争から離脱した。それでいいな、リン。
Why does she look so sad? Why would the priest ask Tosaka, not me?
構わないわ。それがエミヤ君の選択なら、私がどうこう言えることじゃないでしょう。
その罪悪感だけでも収穫だったとするか。では早速取り掛かろう。エミヤシロ。左腕を出したまえ。
いいけど、何をする気だよ、あんた。
なに、すぐに終わる。お前の左腕に宿った霊樹を消去するだけだ。
You can just do that?
マスターをマスターたらしめている要因は2つある。1つはサーバントとの契約であり、1つは腕に宿った霊樹だ。この2つを失えば、お前は聖杯戦争から解放される。
Priest takes my left arm.
痛むぞ。できるだけ力を抜け。
His fingers plunge into my arm. 5 fingers dig mercilessly into my arm. My entire body jerks from the pain. I hear the sound of tearing the flesh. Ugh. This is not my mind playing tricks on me. If it was some sort of illusion, I could feel my arm being torn apart. My arm is unscathed, though. But somehow the priest's fingers are digging and tearing into my arm. It's as if his fingers became intangible and moved through my flesh.
完了だ。手術は無事終了した。
I look at my left arm. There's not a single wound, yet I feel a bruising pain throbbing along my whole arm. In exchange for that unpleasant feeling, the inscription on my hand has changed shape.
形が変わってる。いや、数が減ってるのか。
ええ、霊樹の数は3つ。綺麗はそのうち2つをあなたから摘出したのよ。体を傷つけずに幹部を取り除く霊媒師みたいにね。
霊媒師？
If I remember correctly, there's specialized mages who treat someone by repairing the spiritual body. And here they perform magecraft that uses a type of curse by removing tumors without cutting the patient up, like magic.
驚いたな。霊媒治療ってのは未開の地で使われる技法だろう。教会の人間が身につけていいものじゃない。
そういうな。何らかの魔術を得得している時点で神父としては失格なのだ。ならばどのような魔術を好もうと神父失格であることは変わるまい。魔術の起点など気にするな。今のは私の唯一の取り柄でな。いろいろと魔術を習ったが性にあったのはこれだけだった。私の魔術特性は良くも悪くも傷を開くことに特化している。おかげで他の魔術の腕はそこの弟子にさえ遅れを取る始末だよ。
良くも悪くもっていいに決まってるじゃない。綺麗ほどの霊媒師は教会にも少ないし、教会の秘跡使いだってあなたほど霊体を繕える人はごく一部なんだから。
さてな、いかに優れた治療法といえ、霊媒は肉体に依存する接触治療に過ぎない。肉体に依存しない存在証明である魂そのものに触れられる奇跡には程遠いが、ともかく霊樹の摘出は完了した。後の始末は君の役割だ、エミやシロ。最後に残った霊樹を用いサーバントとの契約を断つがいい。
サーバントとの契約を断つ？
ええ、外で待ってるセーバーの前で契約破棄を申し出るの。けどきっとセイバーは契約破棄なんて認めてくれない。それを力ずくで執行するために霊樹を一つだけ残したのよ、綺麗は。
そういうことだ。霊樹を使い切り、かつサーバントとの契約を断って自分が無害であることを他のマスターに提示する。それで君は晴れて自由の身だ。正常なマスターならば無力化したマスターを襲おうとは考えまい。君は偶然手に入れた力を手放すことで素晴らしい平穏を取り戻せるというわけだ。
Unilaterally dissolving my contract with Saber, basically betraying her. Even if it was by chance I summoned her and she protected me. Did I make a mistake? I can't agree to let myself be a part of something where masters try to kill each other. I don't agree, but what if I can't turn a blind eye to it either?
何をしている？霊樹の発動に呪文はいらん。霊樹に意識を乗せてサーバントに命令すればいいだけだ。セイバーに直接言いつけるか、ここで一方的に契約を断つか、好きな方を選べ。
No. My mind is made up. I can't turn back now, and the priest probably would let me.
セイバーと話をつけてくる。それで俺はマスターじゃなくなるんだな。
セイバーに直接ってヘミヤ君、それは。
ああ、保証しよう。斧がサーバントに別れを告げてくるがいい。その後君を保護対象として教会に迎え入れよう。
I'm not sure how serious he is, but the priest says he'll welcome me. I have no intention of being under his care, though. All I'm going to do is forfeit my claim as a master. Absolutely refuse to receive help from him after that.
それもお断りだ。あんたの世話にはならない。 セイバーと話をつけてレイジを使い切ったら家に帰る。
Where's this pride coming from?
それで終わりだ。あんたとは二度と会わない。
そうか。なるほど。それはそうだろうな。確かに私たちは二度とは会わない。さようならエミヤシロ。自ら選んだ道だ。胸を張って進みたまえ。
Why does she look so sad? He doesn't need to tell me that. I turn and leave the church. I step outside the church. She's there, waiting in stone-paved square beneath the clear sky.
話は済みましたか、マスター。
ああ、聖杯戦争がどんなものか確かめてきた。その上で決めたんだ、セイバー。俺はマスターを降りる。
Saber's expression doesn't change. Those green eyes regard me knowingly as if my decision was the most natural thing in the world.
それは私との契約を取りやめるということですか。
そうだ。俺にはマスターは務まらない。それにセイバーだって俺みたいな半人前よりまっとうなマスターと契約した方がいいだろう。
はい。戦闘面での充実を図るのならあなた以外の魔術師と契約するべきでしょう。アーチャーのマスターなら私の能力を完全に引き出せる。
そうか。ならここで契約を切ってもいいな。レイジは契約解除に使うから、それでセイバーは自由だ。
シロ、一度だけ聞きます。マスターを降りるという意思は変わりませんか。
変わらない。俺は殺し合いをする気はない。
I say that as I look straight at Saber. At that moment, Saber's raincoat sways. I stare, dumbfounded directly into death itself. In the brief moment I blink, Saber has closed the distance between us. The fuck? She sweeps my legs from beneath me and I slam hard into the ground. Pain spikes through my legs after a brief delay. There's no blood, my legs are still intact. It's a relief I still have legs. Thankfully, they only struck my legs with a metal rod. My bones are cracked and my leg hurt from shattered through 1,000 pieces, but it's better than having both my legs cut off.
シロ、マスターで亡くなった魔術師はそのサーバントに殺される。いかに未熟だろうと、私を呼び寄せたあなたには私をこの世に留める力がある。サーバントにはマスターが必要だ。あなたが契約を断つのなら、私はあなたを殺してその体をもらい受ける。それでもあなたはマスターを降りると。
I try to ignore the pain and focus all my concentration into looking up at Saber. I sense no hostility or murderous intent from Saber, as naturally as breathing. Saber will kill me with no remorse or regret, simply to remain in the world. Even so.
そうだ。仮に今から考えを改めたところで、俺にはできない。レイジュが残り一つだからじゃない。俺は戦いを拒絶した。一度でもマスターであることを否定したんだ。そんな奴をマスターにしたところで待っているのは敗北だけだ。
I was defeated. If I refuse to fight once, I'll certainly do so the second time. Every time I find myself in that position, I regret fighting. Me being a master would put not only me, but Saber in jeopardy.
では、ここで私に殺されても構わないのですね。私は霊体にはなれない。あなたの魂を取り込めない以上、あなたは肉体の痛みを持って死を迎える。それをみすみす受け入れると。
まさか。戦うのはごめんだが、殺されるのはもっとごめんだ。ダメでもともと 最後まで抵抗して逃げ切ってやる。
I stacked myself up and glared back at Saber, refusing to let her overwhelm me. Then,
そういえば
いいでしょう。レイジを使いなさい、シロ。あなたの決断だ。私が口を挟む権利はない。気にすることはありません。私は今回のマスターとも信頼を築けなかっただけだ。あなたがレイジで契約を立てば私は自由になる。この体を保てるのは2時間程度でしょうが、その間に新しいマスターを見つけるだけです。
Saber lays this all out matter-of-factly, inspired by her resolve. I concentrate my thoughts on the command spell on my left hand and break my contract with Saber.
これであなたは自由だ。わずかの間の共闘でしたが、あなたの魔力は好ましかった。
That's sad.
再び会うことはないでしょうが、無事この戦いを切り抜けられるよう祈りましょう。
The silver armor moves away. I realize that I have the urge to call out to her, but I smother it before I embarrass myself. I have no right to call out to her. She didn't blame me for arbitrarily severing our contract, and she was concerned for my safety to the very end. And since I've pushed her away and stepped down from the Holy Grail War, I'm in no position to call out to her. What a pussy. I mean, we had to get the bad end, right? I can only imagine we die after this, right? The moonlit night is silent. It may be past midnight, but the town seems excessively silent. It's eerie, honestly. Eerie, yes. That does seem to describe the mood.
いつからこんな様子になっちまったのかな。
It's obvious. It's the Holy Grail War. The 6 mages in the town engaging in secret battles are the ones sucking the life from the town. My chest hurts. My chest where Lancer stabbed me a few hours ago aches.
今さら教会に戻って何になる。
I try to fight down the pain in my chest as I walk home. I think about what I should do once I get home. Once I get home, I can take a bath and clear my head. Yeah, and we're 100% dead. Yes, that'll help me calm down. And yet, I'll think about what I should do when I get home. That thought in and of itself was a mistake. Like a bad dream, I see that there's no path ahead.
なんだ、一人になっちゃったんだね、お兄ちゃん。
I thought Lancer was gonna kill us. Who the fuck is this? I raise my head toward the sound of a girl speaking in a hushed voice. The blue moon hangs overhead. Oh, there's the berserker, sitting at the top of the hill that leads back to my house. I see a girl and a strange figure. Woo! And then I'm not sure. There was no time to see them, no moment to exchange words, or even a chance for me to run away. The strange figure, a dark giant, swings his weapon. The blow creates such overpressure that it takes... I'm very confused on why he was rejecting the safety of the church to begin with. Like, where did that pride come from? He's like, I don't need your help. Like, bro, you got fucking mollywopped once already, and if you didn't accidentally summon Saber, you were gonna get mollywopped again. Where was that pride coming from? It flies. It flies off. What flies? From the base? The hill behind me is stained red. What is it? Rainstorm just passed by, but ruined, torn part of my body remains pink. Blood slowly oozing out. Agony and terror crept over me.
追いかけっこの気分じゃないから、ぺしゃんこにしてあげなさい。
I tumble. I'm kneeling forward, but my eyes are bent in the wrong direction. They bend forward. The legs are bent at the right angles where my knees used to be. My mind can't keep up. My mind-searing agony makes it impossible to keep up with what's happening. Berserker. I'm sure I heard that, which means the monster in front of me.
行儀いいんだね、お兄ちゃん。知ってるよ。それって解釈って言うんでしょ。おじいさまは言ってたわ。日本人はお行儀よく正座して死ぬ人たちなんだって。
That's fucked up. My consciousness begins to fade. The girl's innocent voice seems out of place in the situation. I look up. I can't breathe. Part of my chest is simply missing, leaving a gaping hole right in front of me. I fall backward onto the ground. Both my legs are folded like caterpillar treads. They're broken and won't move. I use my one working arm to grasp the asphalt and drag myself away.
お、まだ動けるんだ。けど残念ね。あなたはもう逃げられない。逃げたところで意味なんてないわ。だってここで私から逃げられたとしても、その体はあと数秒で死んじゃうもの。
Bro became an easy prey and folded like an omelet. It's kind of weird. Like, I understand visual novels need to have as much content as possible, but like, this is such a non-choice. You know what I mean? Like, we knew what was about to happen when we said no. My body feels light. I lost over half my blood. It's astonishing that I'm still conscious. Brain is starved for oxygen, and it should have stopped functioning long ago.
けど安心して。そんな簡単に死なれたらつまらないでしょ。だから私がちょっとだけ手を貸してあげました。お兄ちゃんはどんなに痛くても壊れても頭を潰すまでは意識がちゃんと残ってるの。
Alright, I thought we had like some kind of weird past connection to this girl. Turns out this bitch is just crazy. So that's good to know.
だからこんなことをしてもまだ生き物としてのたうち回れるわ。
I feel myself being crushed. Whatever that weapon is, it crushes me like a hydraulic press. It's an oni bat. It flattens my entire body like a sheet of paper. I can't die. The only blood I have left is in my head. My body has ceased to function and my nerves have already accepted death, waiting to be relieved from the pain, yet somehow I cling to consciousness. My throat whistles. The sound echoes in my head. My mind is a muddled mess. I just want to escape this pain. It didn't matter. She killed you for the shits and giggles. I appealed to the girl as if begging for help. A moment of hope. The girl gasped as if surprised. Yeah. She smiles like an angel as she says that. All rationality abandons me. I'm not gonna get away from this. I feel then, down to my soul, that I'm going to die here.
私でも抱き上げられるくらいになったかな。それじゃあお兄ちゃん、私のお城に招待してあげる。
What the fuck is happening?
お城に帰ればいっぱい道具があるから、そこでゆっくりと続きをしよう。
See, what I'm okay with is that we're getting a lot of content about like whoever this person is. I thought Lancer was gonna kill us. No matter how much I'm hurt, my consciousness just won't die. And because it doesn't die, I numb my psyche. I don't know how much longer my head is going to remain intact, but I've already lost all hope. It just says bad end. Fuck you, bad end. Tiger Dojo is a lighthearted hint segment. Players who want to complete the game on their own to avoid out-of-character situations should proceed with caution. No, I know what I needed to do. Yeah. Tatakai. Alright, hold on. Let me write it down. I'm not gonna run away. Especially since I saw what happens if I do run away. To be honest, all this Holy Grail War and Master stuff doesn't feel real to me. But if my choices are to fight or run, I'll never run away. Even the priest told me that I should be prepared if I'm a mage. That's why I need to decide. Shiro Emiya is a mage, even if not a full-fledged one. I've always admired Kiritsugu Emiya, and I've decided to follow his footsteps to become a champion of justice. So I
マ
need
スター
to.
として戦う。10年前の火事の原因が聖杯戦争だって言うんなら、俺はあんな出来事を二度も起こさせるわけにはいかない。
The priest gives me a satisfied smile as if he likes my answer. I take a deep breath. I'm done wavering. The man has said he's going to fight. The only thing to do from now on is to move forward, head held high, so I can live up to that.
それでは君をセーバーのマスターと認めよう。この瞬間に今回の聖杯戦争は受理された。これよりマスターが残り一人になるまでこの町における魔術戦を許可する。各々が自身の誇りに従い存分に競い合え。
This dude is real? The priest's voice echoes heavily through the chapel. The declaration is utterly meaningless. Only Tosaka and I are here to hear it anyway. He just rang a metaphorical bell to kick things off as a formality, I guess.
決まりね。それじゃあ帰るけど、私も一つぐらい質問していい？キレ。
構わんよ。これが最後かもしれんのだ。大抵の疑問には答えよ。
それじゃあ遠慮なく。キレ、あんた見届け役なんだから、他のマスターの情報ぐらいは知ってるんでしょ？こっちは教会のルールに従ってあげたんだから、それぐらい教えなさい。
それは困ったな。教えてやりたいのは山々だが、私も詳しくは知らんのだ。エミやシローも含め、今回は正規の魔術師が少ない。私が知り得るマスターは2人だけだ。エミやシローを加えれば3人か。
あ、そう。なら呼び出された順番ならわかるでしょ。仮にも監視役なんだから。
うん。1番手はバーサーカ
ー。Oh boy。
2番手はキャスターだな。あとはそう大差はない。先日にアーチャー、そして数時間前にセイバーが呼び出された。
We're still missing 3 then.
そう。それじゃあこれで。
正式に聖杯戦争が開始されたということ。
No, hold on, we're missing 3. We needed 7, didn't we? Like was casted, there was not much difference after that. Archer was summoned. Okay, he just didn't answer. That's what that was. All right, I misunderstood. He just didn't answer.
リン、聖杯戦争が終わるまでこの教会に足を運ぶことは許されない。許されるとしたら、それは
自分のサーバントを失って保護を願う場合のみでしょ。それ以外にあんたを頼ったら減点ってことね。
そうだ。おそらく君が勝者になるだろうが、減点がついては教会が黙っていない。連中はつまらない論議の末、君から聖杯を奪い取るだろう。私としては最悪の展開だ。
エセ神父、教会の人間が魔術協会の肩を持つのね。
私は神に仕える身だ。教会に仕えているわけではない。
よく言うわ。だからエセなのよ、あんたは。
Osaka turns her back to the priest. Without saying goodbye, she makes her way towards the exit.
おい、そんなんでいいのか、遠坂。あいつお前の兄弟子なんだろ。なら
Shouldn't she have a little more to say than that?
いいわよ、そんなの。 むしろ縁が切れてせいせいするぐらいだもの。そんなことよりあなたも外に出なさい。もうこの教会に用はないから。
Osaka cuts through the chapel without stopping and leaves the church. I sigh and follow Tosaka. But then, I sense something and turn around. I don't know when he caught up, but the priest is right behind me and looking down at me.
なんだよ。まだなんかあるっていうのか。
I'm talking big, but I take a step back. This priest scares the hell out of me. I don't know what it is, but maybe he just rubs me the wrong way. Whatever it is, I can't make myself like him.
話がないなら帰るからな。
I head to the exit, trying to escape his stare. But at that moment,
喜べ少年。君の願いはようやく叶う。
what? He speaks like he's some kind of divine oracle. Those words, aren't they a reflection of my true feelings? Shiryu and Mia's true intentions that I wasn't even aware of?
何をいきなり。
分かっていたはずだ。明確な悪がいなければ君の望みは叶わない。たとえそれが君にとって容認し得ぬものであろうと、正義の味方には倒すべき悪が必要だ。
Everything around me seems to go dark. Priest says Shiryu and Mia's greatest wish and his ugliest wish are two sides of the same coin. It's true. That's right. I wish to protect something. It means that I'm also wishing for something to protect people from.
お前。
But I would never wish for something like that. I don't even remember ever desiring that. A wish so unstable. It just means that I'm aspiring to its contradictory. Yet the priest brings it up, as if to say, good thing you have an enemy now.
何？取り繕うことはない。君の葛藤は人間としてとても正しい。
Try to shake off the priest's words and head outside.
さらばだ、エミヤシロ。最後の忠告になるが、帰り道には気をつけ
This
たまえ。
motherfucker knew we were gonna die on the way home.
これより君の世界は一変する。君は殺し、殺される側の人間になった。その身はすでにマスターなのだからな。
The fucked up part is that I can't even be mad at him. He knew and he said, hey, I will protect you. All you gotta do is stay at the church. And then fucking Amiya was like, no, I'm going home. And then we died. As soon as I leave, the weight of my shoulders seems to lift. It might be because I'm away from the priest. But it might also be because I see Tosca's conspicuous in her uniform, and the blonde girl in a raincoat. Suddenly mismatched sight of two standing together relieves whatever pressure I felt. Saber is still silent. She looks at me and seems to want to know what I decided.
行きましょう。町に戻るまでは一緒でしょ、私たち。
Osaka starts walking, her pace brisk. Saber and I follow suit, and the three of us leave the church grounds. We walk down the hill. We hadn't talked much on the way here, but there's even less conversation on the way back. Even someone as dull as me knows why. After I visited the church, I've accepted my position as master. That must be why Tosaka's keeping her distance. Just form an alliance. Form an alliance until we both gotta fucking kill each other. I don't like the idea of seeing Tosaka in that light.
トサカ、お前のサーバント大丈夫なのか？
え？あ、うん。あーちゃんなら無事よ。まあ、セイバーにやられたダメージは簡単に消えそうにないから、 しばらく実体化はさせられないだろうけど。
じゃあそばにはいないのか？
ええ、私の家でかくまってる状態。今他のサーバントに襲われたら不利だから、傷が治るまでは有利な場所で敵に備えさせてるの。
So, unlike my house, I'm sure Tosaka's house is well fortified against enemies. The mage's home is like a fortress. There's not much chance of defeating them there, which means enemies tend not to try attacking them at home. The benefit of our house just notifies us of intruders, but even having that makes a big difference.
そういえば遠坂、さっきやつ聖杯戦争の監督役って言ってたけどさ、あいつお前のサーバントを知ってるのか？
知らないはずよ。私教えてないもの。
Yeah, but he does know.
そうなのか。お前とあいつ仲がいいからそうだと思って
He looked at us immediately and was like, "You're the server disabler."
あのね、ミヤ君。
The master
忠告して
saber.
おくけど、自分のサーバントの正体は誰にも教えちゃダメよ。たとえ信用できる相手でも黙っておきなさい。そうでないと早々に消えることになるから。
We're talking about the true identity. Yeah, okay, they were talking about the true identity. He doesn't know about this.
だからサーバントがどこの英雄かっていうことよ。いくら強いからって戦力を明かしてちゃいつか寝首をかかれるに決まってるでしょ。いいから後でセーバーから新名を教えてもらいなさい。そうすれば私の言ってることがわかる。けどちょっとタンマ、エミヤ君はあれだからいっそ教えてもらわない方がいいわね。
なんでさ。
エミヤ君隠し事できないものなら知らない方が秘密にできるじゃない？
あのな、人を何だと思ってるんだ。それぐらいの駆け引きはできるぞ、俺。
He is kind of bad at keeping secrets.
じゃあ私に隠していることとかある？
遠坂に隠してることって、それは。
I feel a hot blush on my cheeks as she looks at me. I shouldn't feel guilty, but I wonder if she's secretly idolizing her even counts in this context.
ほら見なさい。何を隠しているか知らないけど動揺が顔に出るようじゃ向いてないわ。
Yeah.
あなたは他にいいところがあるんだから駆け引きなんて考えるのはやめなさい。
それじゃ遠坂はどうなんだよ。あの神父にも黙ってるってことはあいつも信用してないってことか。
It's not about trust.
キル？まさか。私あいつを信用するほどおめでたくないわ。あいつはね、教会から魔術協会にくら替えしたくせにまだ教会に在籍している
Even if that
詳し
wasn't
者
the
なの
case,
よ。
it's not about trust.
人の情報を他のマスターに売るぐらいはやりかねないわ。
Tosaka huffs, obviously annoyed. I guess Tosaka really doesn't trust that priest. A little blue, but at the same time, her tone of voice also conveys a sort of closeness with that priest. We cross the bridge. There's nothing else to talk about. Our frosty white breath hangs in the winter air. The faint sound of flowing water bubbles up beneath the bridge where we walk in the streetlight's illumination. All of those small details etch themselves onto my memory. Oddly, I don't think to look at Tosaka's face. It feels like more of a rarity to be walking beside her like this than it does to see her face. Me and Tosaka, the girl I called Saber, whom I know nothing about. But for three of us, without doing anything in particular, walk back to our homes. We reach the intersection. It is where we will separate as our homes are in the opposite directions.
ここでお別れね。義理は果たしたし、これ以上一緒にいると何かと面倒でしょ。きっぱり別れて、明日からは敵同士にならないと。
I think she's trying to bring closure to our ambiguous relationship. Tosaka starts talking, but suddenly cuts off. Then I realized something. She didn't explain the rules to me out of obligation. She was only trying to help me, as I knew absolutely nothing to make things fair for me. And that's why, the moment things have been explained, everything goes back to normal. All that's left is for us to fight each other as masters. But that would make her last words to be strange. Tosaka must have meant it would be hard to fight if she felt empathy for me. For Tosaka, everything that happened tonight was unnecessary. Things would get complicated if we stuck together any longer. If that's how she feels, she shouldn't have got involved with me to begin with. She's smart enough to know that, but she helped me, even knowing it wouldn't benefit her in any way. That's how I know she had no ulterior motive for doing what she did to me. She did it purely out of the kindness of her heart. Tosaka is totally different now than when she usually is at school. She's harsh and unfriendly at school, and that's putting it. She's just a tsundere, bro. You've never heard of a tsundere? Honestly, the difference is on a level of fraud. But either way, Rin Tosaka is also exactly what everyone thinks she is.
なんだ。Tosaka っていいやつなんだな。
は？何よ突然。おだてだって手は抜かないわよ。
I know that. She had to tell me that it would be a pain to be empathetic because she's going to go easy on me.
知ってる。けど、できれば敵同士にはなりたくない。俺、お前みたいなやつは好きだ。
Tosaka's house is in the residential district with all the western houses. In the opposite direction is my house. She took care of me up till now, so I'd like to walk her home.
とにかくサーバントがやられたら迷わずさっきの教会に逃げ込みなさいよ。そうすれば命だけは助かるんだから。
それは気が引けるけど、一応聞いておく。けど、そんなことにはならないだろう。どう考えてもセイバーより俺の方が短命だ。
I calmly assess the situation. Osaka's reaction is once again puzzling. After that weary sigh, she glances at Saber.
いいわ。これ以上の忠告は本当に感情移入になっちゃうから言わない。せいぜい気をつけなさい。いくらセイバーが優れているからってマスターであるあなたがやられちゃったらそれまでなんだから。
He turns around and starts walking. I cleaned out my forgotten cup. It had mold in again. The straw is unusable, says the Tisms. So I smacked two separate straws together because it's a large cup, and now I have water. Good, you should drink more water. Also, get a pipe cleaner. You can clean out the inside. I'm sure that doesn't help the idea that like this is contaminated now and it's gonna be forever contaminated, but you should do that. And yet, she stops dead in her tracks as if she's seen a ghost.
Tosaka?
The moment I call out to her, a stinging pain shoots through my left hand.
ねえ、お話は終わり？
A young voice echoes in the night. The sing-song tone comes unmistakably from a young girl. My eyes are drawn to the top of the hill. I hadn't noticed the clouds parting, but now the brilliant moon illuminates the sky. There. God, Berserker looks so fucking sick. A shadow looms. It's a strange shape that seemed out of place in the darkened town.
Basaka.
I'm not familiar with the word Tosaka whispers. I don't even need to ask. It's definitely a servant. It gives off an overwhelming aura of death that surpasses even the fire from 10 years ago. Okay, I need to like know, is she saying Oni-chan as in like actually saying brother? Like are we related to this person, or is she just saying Oni-chan as in like older sir? Because I know Asian territories like to say like sister or brother in terms of referring to someone older than them. So is that what's happening right now? Or are we actually related to them? It's hard to tell. The girl smiles. Her innocence sends a chill up my spine. No, the show goes deeper than that. It's not just my body, even my mind freezes. That thing's a monster. I'm not even looking into its eyes, but its intimidating presence paralyzes me. My instincts tell me I'm dead at the instant I move. It feels like someone is pressing a knife against my exposed stomach. He looks like fucking Akuma. While all I managed to do is stand there paralyzed, Tosaka is composing to brace herself. Even that seems futile. I can only see her back, but I still sense her despair.
あれなんだあなたのサーバントはお休みなんだつまんないな2匹一緒に潰してあげようって思ったのに
The young girl seems displeased as she stands at the top of the hill looking down on us. This is even worse. The girls know that Tosaka's servant is not here. How does she know that, though? And then... the girl bows gracefully, which seems wildly out of place given the current mood.
はじめまして、リン。私はエリア。イリアスフィール・フォン・アインツベルンって言えばわかるでしょアインツベルン
Tosaka trembles slightly, seeming to recognize the name. Girl smiles, seemingly delighted by Tosaka's reaction. This bitch is crazy, she's going to kill us, we need to kill her first. In a sing-song voice, the girl orders the monstrosity behind her. The giant jumps. In a single leap, this berserker sails all the way from the top of the hill to the bottom where we stand. What the fuck happened to her voice clip? Saber surges forward, her raincoat flutters off her shoulders, blocking my view for a moment. Saber runs toward where Berserker is about to land. Berserker lands, kicking up a small torrent of air in its wake. The two meet almost simultaneously. The very air shakes. Saber stops Berserker's rock-like sword with her invisible sword. Saber's mouth twists as she strains. And then, Berserker's giant sword moves in a flash, creating a whirlwind. Thunder. The clash of swords is almost tearing the air, ends in Saber's defeat. I hear something skidding. Saber blocks Berserker's giant sword with her own, but the impact pushes her backwards. Saber buckles. The copper-skinned servant follows her. The monster swings its giant sword again and again, and it's as if it knows how to do nothing else. Saber continues to block it with her sword, unable to dodge the strikes. Saber's sword being invisible doesn't matter. So, this is the thing that I find funny with all magicians. Magicians immediately forget how to physically fight. So, they're over there fighting. All Saber needs to do is bring the big dude away from them, and then we could just kill the girl. Move on with life. She needs to put all of her strength into blocking his attacks, or she's dead for sure. Saber's left with no choice but to remain on the defensive. The only chance Saber has of winning this is to find an opportunity to strike between Berserker's attacks. Yet, that's only if Berserker leaves her an opening. His massive black rock sword moves like a raging storm. He's enormous. Despite his size and unwieldy weapon, Berserker is faster than Saber. His unrelenting attacks just smash whatever's in the way. That's all. But it's enough to be effective. As long as he retains his overwhelming speed and power, he doesn't really need technique. Humans devise technique to compensate for their own weakness. That giant, that monster, he has no weakness. It's the only thing I can manage to say. My body's completely frozen. That thing cannot be beat. Saber is going to die. That's why she needs to run. It'd be easy if it were just her that needed to flee. Of course, she knows that perfectly well. Oh, that's not good. My body may be paralyzed, but my mind is still working. The raging storm of death simply won't let up. Saber retreats, unable to block it all. And then, the final unblockable blow comes. Saber hangs in the air. Twisting her body impossibly, Saber manages to defend against the Berserker's titanic swing. It's all she can do to defend herself from the fatal blow. But because she can't completely brace against the giant's tremendous swing, his attack sends her flying. After sailing in a wide arc, she falls to the ground. Just before her back hits the ground, Saber turns in midair and lands at her feet. She manages to compose herself. The crimson blood stains her chest. Such an idiot. I've completely forgotten something crucial. I don't know how many times servants can fight in a day, but this is Saber's third battle. On top of that, Saber still hasn't healed the wound from Lancer inflicted on her chest earlier. Saber shifts her guard to protect her chest. Berserker moves in, like a violent wind, striking at Saber while she's hampered by her wound. His blows rain down on her back. I don't know what kind of magecraft Tosaka used, but something burst against the Berserker's body. For the amount of magical energy I could feel, the impact must have been equivalent to a large caliber pistol. Even that is meaningless. Damn, look at this dude! How do I hide? What are my controls? How do I hide the thing? Advanced backlog, can't auto mode, next forward. Backspace? Look at this dude! Look at this dude! You can literally grind meat on his muscles, bro. This barely even scratches him. He isn't nullifying magical energy like what Saber does. The attack just didn't affect him. Despite that, Tosaka continues to cast her spell. Berserker just ignores Tosaka's spells and charges at Saber. How are you crying blood? How did that happen? Saber painfully lifts her head. He readies her sword, intent on continuing the fight. The sight of her in so much pain gets me moving again. I yell with all my might. She hears me. But she braces herself to confront an enemy she can't possibly compete with. Berserker's attacks are relentless. Saber weakens with every block. The end slowly creeping up on her. Where in that small frame of hers does so much power come from? Saber does not retreat. She endures the great sword's furious attacks and tries to push Berserker back with sheer vigor. She has no chance of winning. Even though she knows her demise is inevitable, she holds her ground adamantly. Maybe it sensed something from her? The monster silent until now suddenly roars. Its attacks are impossible to block. Its attacks rain down on her, though her defense is flawless, but one strike finally sends her flying. The sound of something falling in the distance. Fresh blood stains her armor. Her small frame shouldn't be able to rise, and yet... She stands up without thinking. Her actions say that she needs to keep going, or else I'll be killed. Her actions. I realize I made a foolish decision. Berserker stops after defeating Saber. It isn't so much as look at Tosca at me, just waits for Master's orders.
勝てるわけないじゃない。私のバーサーカーはね。 ギリシャ最大の英雄なんだから。
Okay, she's already telling us too much information. We need to pay attention.
ギリシャ最大の英雄ってまさか。
What, Alexander?
そうよ。そこにいるのはヘラクレスっていう魔
Oh,
物。
it's Hercules.
あなたたち程度が刺激できる英雄とは格が違う最強の怪物なんだから。
I wouldn't expect Hercules to be a berserker. The girl, calling herself Ilya, narrows her eyes in joy. Her eyes express elation from the anticipation of finishing off her enemies. There is no need to ask who she is expecting to kill. Saber. Then what will I do? Am I going to fight that monster instead? I can't do that. Just getting near that thing without being prepared would be enough to stop my heart. I'm going to... Well, taking Tosaka and running would not help anything. Help Saber. I'm sure we have to go back and do that to get the completed shits, but I refuse to abandon somebody when they're down. That's how I've always lived my life. And most importantly, I can't leave the girl who fought so hard to protect me.
いいわよバーサーカー。そいつ再生するから一撃で仕留めなさい。
He's very astute. Berserker rumbles back into movement. I run forward as fast as I can. I can't possibly do anything against that monster. The least I can do is get Saber out of the way and save her from Berserker's attack. I fall. Why? I was going to shift Saber away from Berserker, and then I figured out what to do afterwards, so why? Okay. Wait, what just happened? How did we die? Why am I on the ground and unable to breathe? I hear surprised voices. First is Saber, who's in front of me, and now there's Tosaka standing in the distance looking aghast. And then for some reason, the girl calling herself Ilya stares down at me, dumbfounded. There's a gaping, ragged hole in the middle of my body. Did we just die again? I'm on the ground. On the asphalt, there's a little blood considering how big the wound is. I see some withered branch-looking things, some shattered stuff, and a man that looks painful. All those parts are scattered on the ground.
そうか。なんて間抜け。
So I didn't make it. I've never pushed Saber away, so it was just her shield. And then that ungodly huge machete thing looked good. Took a good chunk of my stomach. Okay, this is not when I said help Saber. This is not what I meant. I thought we were gonna pull something out of our ass or something. Can't believe I failed at a time like this. I tried my best to be a hero of justice, but I screwed it up when it really mattered. Yeah, you kind of did.
なんで？
The silver-haired girl's face is blank as she speaks. After standing there dumbfounded, she just says,
もういい。こんなのつまんない。
She calls Berserker back without finishing Saber off.
リン、次に会ったら殺すから。
The girl leaves. After she disappears, I completely black out. I lose consciousness. I'm really dead this time. I somehow survived when Lancer killed me last time, but my luck's definitely ran out. There's no magecraft that can save a person who just lost half of his body.
あんた何考えてるのよ。わかってるの？もう助けるなんてできないっていうのに。
I hear a voice reprimanding me. Must be Tosaka. She sounds like she's really mad, and I feel bad. But I had no choice. I'm not good at everything like her. All I have to work with is my body. That's why the only thing I can do is risk it all to using my own body. Save the game? I guess? All right, no, we're leaving it there. I think that's a good place to leave it. If I need to reload to get back to that previous choice, I have a different save file. Let's see. Who do we read out to? That is the question. Let's read Snimsy. We haven't said hi to her in a while. In the stream? In the stream. Snimsy is playing Borderlands. This is Samurai Tortoise's wife. So if you're not following them, you should. Samurai Tortoise is a friend of the channel, and so is Snimsy. I am not streaming tomorrow. I have real life people shit I have to do. And I'm probably not going to stream Sunday, but Monday will be the Pokemon Soul Link run with Damo Dorn. It'll be on her channel. I will remind you guys in the Discord. Link to that is in the description down below. And if you're looking for the VOD for that, since it's going to be on her channel, the playlist of that will be linked in the previous video, so you'll be able to follow her on YouTube and everything. So but yeah, go ahead and hit the like button, subscribe, all that good stuff, and I will see you guys when I see you guys. Everyone have a great night. Take care. Later.